It could be 1, 2.
All right, give me a call.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Come on in. I'm back. I just had to do a wardrobe change, and the dog here is just obsessed with attention. It's all about them. They really resent all of this stuff I'm doing. I mean, tell you, this shutdown has made animals dumb as hell. This shutdown has made animals. The pink swastika, the pink triangle is a gay apologetics book. The gay people are trying to, with this book, the pink triangle, they're trying to link the homosexual movement to the gay people. And the Jewish rabbis, no matter how many of them as Reform, support homosexuality. You can just look it up. They did not want homosexuality as a movement attached to Jews. The Jews said no. Sellout nigger preachers and other academics have said yes. So this book, this is a trick from tricks. The other book is better. This book is a book to say that gay folk went to concentration camps just like everybody else did. Look, the Germans killed everybody. It wasn't just gays. There weren't 12 million gays in Europe to kill. Okay, that's just ridiculous. They kill more people, gay people, just a drop in the bucket. And this cat, they always like to put all their damn hair on anything that I have. I don't know what this problem is. They don't want me to do this show. Selfish is here protesting. Animals have too many rights. They need to go the hell on. Anyway, I have 5 minutes. I told people come at 5 minutes after 1. And this animal is just, they really hate my show. Y'all remember when Eugene Sawyer became mayor of Chicago, the way he was marched with the white men literally up in his ass in City Hall in Chicago? It was wild. I didn't even live in Chicago. It just blew my fucking mind. Harold Washington was assassinated. It's true. So, yeah, I have pink triangle, but I'm not using it. In fact, let me just toss this shit somewhere. I just have the book. I have it, but we're not going to be dealing with that. We don't believe that shit, okay? We'll be doing other things. I have other books to look at. We will not be supporting the LGBTQ movement under any circumstances. They want to do something, go ahead. Y'all want to suck dick and say that that's, human rights. Okay, fine. You suck the dick. My mission is not to promote. There's always been people doing that. That's not new. Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. I guess getting your ass blown out is not new. Munching carpet isn't new. Okay. I want to start this show off by welcoming you to our part 2 on eugenics. Pink swastika. Well, you don't have swastika spelled properly. Let me get you an email for the man who co-wrote Pink swastika. Let me see if I can get into my email. 1 second. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to put up anybody that wants to get the pink swastika. You can I just put up an email. It's sdllaw@gmail.com. If you want to get this thing, you can do that. You absolutely can, and it'll be all right. Let me see. And I wanted to play something for y'all, but before we even get into that, I want to greet you in the sacred words, MFM. May all our enemies, Nabule and sellout coons, be vaxxed. Who you gonna call? Coonbusters. I want to start off by playing something for you. I want you to hear this and listen to it and listen to what's being said. This isn't my imagination. I didn't make this up. There are people who wish to do great harm to us, okay? They really do. I want to play this. Now, let me see. I said 5 minutes after 1. It's 4 minutes after 1. And I might move for 1 second because this cat is a trip. They really hate me doing social media. The cat feels like social media is stealing from them. They hate the computer and they hate my phones. They see them as enemies. MFM to everybody. I want to remind anyone that people, if you want to be a guest on this platform, you don't have to be an Indian chief. I absolutely want you to reach out and maybe we can schedule this. Many of these. I've got a couple of people. Let's go. Let me see. It'll be 1:05 in a second. But come on in the room. MFM, everybody. MFM, MFM, MFM. And I'm going to put this email. This is for pink swastika. If you want to get it, the author, Mr. Lively, of the pink swastika, that's his personal email. If you ask me, I'm going to give you the very best I have. I can't tell you where, but I'll tell you, look for pink swastika. I found one on Abe Books. Abe Books has pink swastika. Amazon is a radical pro-LGBTQ site. They do not like for you to have real information. They'll make it harder for you to get it. Are y'all with me? I know it sounds like I'm paranoid and I hate people. It's really not the case. It's not that serious. Okay. It's a time. All right, I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to start off by saying who you're going to call. It's Coonbusters. This is an Angry Black Men's Book Club. Thank you. It was an honor. I like Dwann. I like black people that want to go somewhere. We get along great. I just don't get along with coons. I've never liked any coons my whole life. And I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of disliking coons anymore than I'm not ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Whether I don't like that. I don't care. I'm a Jesus Negro. Okay. I want you to listen to this. This is not my opinion, what you're about to hear. And there's a disclaimer. The opinions that expressed by material may not be mine. I want you to hear this.
First of all, I'd like to read a quote from Robert F. Kennedy, who said, "Each time a person stands up for an idea or acts to improve the lot of others or strikes out against injustice, he or she sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, and crossing each other from a million different centers of energy and daring, Those ripples build a current that can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. So this paper is entitled The COVID-19 Genocide of 2020. COVID-19 was long pre-planned in documents and simulation exercises emanating from the eugenicist Bill Gates and the Rockefeller Foundation. A platform with 200 detailed levels is provided by the World Economic Forum, led by Klaus Schwab, a technocrat and promoter of transhumanism, in order to provide detailed instructions on how the COVID-19 pandemic is to be used to implement a global monetary reset and digital currency, technocracy and totalitarian government worldwide under the guise of socialism and environmentalism, with China as the model, and enslave humanity through a sinister vaccine conspiracy. Earlier attempts were made to engineer pandemics, but none succeeded. This time, the World Health Organization changed its pandemic criteria in advance so that it could declare a pandemic on spurious grounds. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, a terrorist and accused genocidist, was appointed head of the World Health Organization in order to orchestrate the pandemic and facilitate the totalitarian takeover. Wireless technology suppresses the immune system. 5G is implicated in COVID-19 through correlations between the locations of the 5G rollout and morbidity and mortality, as well as the prior administration of flu vaccinations in Wuhan and Milan. The symptoms of COVID are virtually identical to the symptoms of exposure to electromagnetic radiation. Extensive military research over many decades was kept secret, and regulatory agencies were co-opted in order to prevent the public learning about the extreme dangers of electromagnetic radiation. Doctors receive no training on the risks to health of exposure to electromagnetic radiation, and therefore misdiagnose electromagnetic radiation exposure symptoms. Hospitals are extensively equipped with 5G, putting patients' lives at risk. 5G serves many purposes. It is a depopulation and military weapon and facilitates the introduction of technocracy and totalitarian control by enabling surveillance, facial recognition, 24/7 monitoring of individuals, mind and body control, and, in combination with vaccines and chemtrails containing nanoparticles, the torture or murder of targeted individuals. Electromagnetic radiation can be used to simulate pathogens and overwhelm the immune system, and cell phones may be being used to simulate COVID-19 contagion among co-workers or family members. 5G has been widely installed terrestrially and in space to target and control populations. The illegal coronavirus measures were used by governments to accelerate the 5G rollout and install 60 gigahertz public access points in schools in order to target children. Illegal legislation has been put in place in numerous countries to remove civil liberties, to destroy economies, to close down small and medium-sized businesses, to separate, isolate, and terrorize family members, to impoverish people, including by destroying jobs, to remove children from their families, to intern dissenters in concentration camps, to grant immunity to government operatives to commit murder, rape, and torture. That's the UK. To use the police, army, and mercenaries to control populations, to force vaccinate populations with a non-medical vaccine containing population control mechanisms without their informed consent. There is and was no pandemic since the curve was flattening before the lockdown measures were put in place. Mortality is at a lower level than in previous years. The PCR test, which was never designed as a diagnostic test and gives up to 94% false positive results, is used by the oligarch and government-controlled mainstream and social media platforms to terrorize populations for the purpose of obtaining obedience. The illusion of a pandemic is stoked by doctors being forced to attribute virtually every death to COVID. Medical staff and doctors are intimidated to prevent them speaking the truth about the fake pandemic. In the UK, the death certificate is being changed to prevent relatives being able to question the cause of death. Tens of thousands of doctors have now come out to confirm that COVID-19 is a hoax. There were no COVID deaths in Ireland until the 20th of April, and since then, the lockdowns have been based on 98 deaths out of 5 million people, while 30,000 people die annually from other diseases. Only people with a hot infection, with symptoms such as headaches or a sore throat, are contagious. 86% of COVID cases are asymptomatic carriers and therefore harmless. A Stanford University antibody study concluded the death rate to be between 0.1 and 0.2%, right in line with the seasonal flu. Initial projected death rates from the World Health Organization were 20 to 30 times higher. In June, the US Centers for Disease Control confirmed the overall infection fatality rate to be just 0.26%, way lower than the 3.4% estimate of the World Health Organization, which helped drive the panic and the lockdowns. But even that is an overestimate. The infection fatality rate for non-nursing home residents is likely only 0.1% or 1 in 1,000. The UK and German governments stated in documents that they were deliberately ramping up the fear level, including traumatizing children by making them believe that they would torture and kill their relatives if they failed to wash their hands and obey the corona measures. Children were made to believe that they could show their love for their grandparents by not coming near them. Social distancing is a torture technique devised to traumatize, and its purpose is to condition people to distance themselves from others so that they can be seen and targeted by the 5G weapon. Government and World Health Organization policies are deliberately aimed at killing people. In many countries, doctors were ordered not to admit the elderly to intensive care units and to withdraw all health care, and national health systems stopped providing health care other than that for COVID, abandoning the sick to die. In France, the government issued a decree ordering doctors to administer to the elderly a drug restricted since 2012 as it was contraindicated for respiratory problems. In the US, hospitals were heavily bribed to diagnose COVID and put patients on ventilators that killed them. The World Health Organization and governments suppressed successful treatments, one in particular in use for 70 years, and harassed doctors, successfully saving patients. Autopsies that would reveal true cause of death were mostly prevented. Forensic pathologist Professor Klaus Puschel declared having not seen a single case of COVID-19 in autopsy that did not include other serious pre-existing diseases. Governments and World Health Organization promoted and enforced mask wearing by the public in full knowledge that they provide no protection from any virus, but cause serious neurological and respiratory damage, putting people's lives and health at risk. In the UK, the death rate rose only after the general lockdown was implemented. Top economists are warning that the UK government is killing more people than it could possibly save through lockdowns. The UK Daily Mail carried out an audit of 130 studies from journals, academics and charities, documenting the social and health devastation and deaths caused by lockdowns. In one county in the US, suicides among young people rose 100%. 1 million New Yorkers can no longer afford food. Britain's World Health Organization envoy has said that world poverty will double by 2021 as a result of lockdowns. The COVID vaccine. Bill Gates wants to reduce the world population. He introduced his vaccine containing the electronic nanochip marker intended to mark and control 7 billion humans at the ID 2020 conference in 2019. ID 2020 is intended to provide a unique digital identity for all humans by 2030 that closely interlocks this digital identity with access to commerce and secure access systems. This is the electronic enslavement of humanity. The subcutaneous chip will be able to influence the behavior of the chip bearer, manipulate and control crowds, eliminate categories of people, reduce the world population, ensure vaccine compliance, permanently locate the bearer, exit civil liberties, integrate 7 billion people into the cloud and operate with an all-digital system that is the equivalent of a credit on a company's store. Nanochips and liquid crystals in vaccines can influence human behavior without concern for political ethics. And the upcoming vaccine is intended to genetically modify humanity for all future generations. In effect, deleting humanity altogether as humans become transhumans or robots. South Korea has just had 9 flu shot deaths and 432 adverse reactions, while 5 million doses of vaccine were not refrigerated. One volunteer in AstraZeneca's new COVID vaccine has just died, and 2 of the trials have been halted because participants became sick. These COVID vaccines are not following normal trial procedures and are being rushed out in case the pandemic hoax peters out too soon to convince people to take the vaccine. Governments are giving the farm.
This is why the new virus is out, guys. Not enough people have been frightened to do what they want. So now there's this new thing that's so deadly, it's everywhere. You just take it, save yourself. This is just got a few minutes to go, and then we're going to get right into Pink Triangle. Yeah, this COONBUSTER's Angry Black Men's Book Club, and women are welcome. We just don't want pork chop feminists. We don't. This should be for Black men with women that support them. I mean, in fact, we want Black women to support Black men to think and read versus wanting them to be dumb. So, you know, you can always tell them, I won't give you any sex if you don't do what I say. Okay, I'll do it. Because nothing wrong with wanting the sex, but does he have to really hand in his nuts to you and his white boss and everybody to be a man? I mean, what kind of woman wants that? Not any kind of woman I want to be with. No kind of woman I respect, okay? So back to this. I hope you're enjoying this. She's laying it out for you.
The pharmaceutical companies full immunity from injury lawsuits. Increasing numbers of people are saying that they will refuse the COVID-19 vaccine, with about half the US and UK populations saying so. And yet certain governments are planning to force vaccinations on populations using the army, while others are planning to ban vaccine refuseniks from work, school, or travel. Humanity is in extreme and imminent danger. Some good people are launching legal cases to stop this war on humanity. Among them, the Italian Catholic Association, Simon Dolan, and the Bernician in the UK. Children's Health Defence and the Environmental Health Trust are bringing cases against the Federal Communications Commission for its refusal to review its outdated thermal exposure guidelines on electromagnetic radiation. Common law movements are underway in several countries. But all of this is too slow. The perpetrators of the COVID scam are still imposing lockdowns and destroying lives, businesses, and families. The entity behind all of this, the World Economic Forum, told us in 2017 about the world they want to see by 2030. You'll own nothing. You'll be renting everything. The US won't be the world's leading superpower because everything will be under totalitarian technocratic control and there will be no nation states. You'll eat much less meat. You won't be allowed to. 1 billion people will be displaced by the fake climate change. Countries will have to welcome yet more refugees. Polluters will have to pay to emit carbon dioxide. Polluters will include farmers trying to grow food crops. Western values will have been tested to the breaking point. Your culture will be eliminated and replaced with Maoist technocratic slogans. They are engineering food shortages in numerous different ways. They are building concentration camps for dissenters. They want to impose a forced vaccine full of nanochips for immunity passports and cryptocurrency, and nanoparticles so that they can track, surveil, and control us, including our minds. This vaccine is intended to genetically modify humanity for all future generations. In the US, Soros and 269 major corporations are funding Black Lives Matter and destroying America with the complicity of corrupt Democrat politicians. They want civil war everywhere. In Austria, France, Switzerland, the US, and other countries, many people are armed and trained to fight. We cannot give them what they want. We must stop this agenda in its tracks, take power ourselves, and arrest the perpetrators. Conclusion. Governments are corporations obeying orders from the World Economic Forum and are no longer serving their peoples. They are acting in contravention of international and national laws and no longer have any legitimacy. We are witnessing the collapse of the rule of law. Governments, elected representatives, and international institutions, including the United Nations, and private clubs, such as the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection and the World Economic Forum, are complicit in this greatest crime against humanity ever committed. Only the sovereign peoples of this world have legitimacy under these circumstances. The perpetrators, including Klaus Schwab, Prince Charles, Bill and Melinda Gates, George Soros, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and the World Health Organization's Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus and Michael Ryan, the New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and UK Health Minister Matt Hancock, French President Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Edouard Philippe, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, Austrian Chancellor Sebastian Kurz, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, mainstream journalists, and others must be seized and brought to justice in new Nuremberg trials. Politicians, journalists peddling fake news for the mainstream media, and others may be granted immunity if they change sides now, join the people before it is too late, and become whistleblowers. We call upon the human population to shun these genocidal monsters in hotels, in restaurants, in taxis, wherever you come across them. Turn your back on them and show them the contempt they deserve for their psychopathic behavior and genocidal intent. We call upon the armies and the national police to stand with the people against the conspirators who aim to expropriate you too and take your children too and genocide as many of us as they find convenient. Police and armies will be replaced by machines in the new world order. You too belong with the people, and we ask you to stand with us in defending our humanity, our health, our families, our children, indigenous peoples, and all of the natural life on earth that sustains and protects us.
Done. I just wanted you to hear that from an insider. That's former UN staff member Claire Edwards, the genocide of 2020. It's 21 minutes, 13 seconds. It's on TrueTube. Some people have heard it, but for certain people, when I talk about eugenics and all, it's not my imagination. I'm not trying to stun you. This is out here. Not enough of this is discussed. I just want you to understand that it's current, and this stuff all connects with the eugenics, the Nazis, and so forth. I need to say this now, and I'll stick to it. If you happen to be someone that isn't a Black person or African or Caribbean or whatever mix, you know, if you happen to be on and you don't make a nuisance of yourself, you know, this says it's for Black men, right? Black women can come. If you want to come in and be a voyeur, you're on some kind of white safari, cultural vulture society, safari. I'll block you if I find out you're here, not because you can pick up the books yourself, okay? Somebody came in all out of context, white, tripping. And they think we're stupid. I saw the last name. The name's German, and it could be Jewish, and sent all kinds of stuff. And their ass is gone. If you happen to be white in here, this isn't so much an anti-white thing as it is a thing that Black folk need to know. What could your purpose be here? It can't be positive that you're here monitoring. There are already people doing it. We don't need any freelance white folks spying, infiltrating, wasting our time. I don't have the energy. I have no desire. I have no interest in debating or going back and forth. If you're white and you come on here, and if I find you and you rub me the wrong way, you're out. You can watch me on YouTube, but I'm not going to sit back and, I mean, this was not put together for me to have a discussion or debate with white people. Not this one. I pay for this. I paid to use the service without commercials. I paid for it. No one white paid for it. I did. So take your racist ass somewhere else. Okay? If you take notes, don't ask me a bunch of questions. You can afford to go to elite schools and buy all kinds of stuff. This is my opportunity to share information with people who may not get it. That's just my infomercial for anybody looking. Has nothing to do. I spend very little of my time really saying much, but this person came on and I put up a note to them. They asked me a bunch. They felt like they were entitled to ask me a trillion questions. I'm white. They're black. What's this all about? And can white people be in? And that was one question too many. They're blocked. If you're white, don't ask me questions. Don't ask me stupid questions. I will block you the first time it comes up. I didn't want you. You want to watch somebody, watch Farrakhan. Somebody that wants your attention. I don't. I'm not interested in your attention. I don't want your fan club. I'm not even asking for your money. Go over. There's some white nationalist group. There's something that you can devote your time to. You folks dominate this cyberspace. Go to your own spots. I say the same thing, Satanists and others. If you're in some kind of group that doesn't agree with what I'm about, go. Let me make this absolutely clear. If I get 10,000 people, which is probably more than enough of what I would get, great. But right now I'm headed towards 2,500. Wonderful. I had this for 13 and a half, almost 14 years before I decided to use it. So I haven't been running, trying to get a crowd. That wasn't really my desire, okay? But yeah, I blocked the white person out. They insulted me. I could tell their attitude. I knew that they were not one of us from just the way that they're talking. I have a group on Facebook called Hands Off Africa. And all I wanted was to have a chat group for other blacks so we could talk about what's going on. And I noticed all these white people. Why do you want to be in a group of 100 people? I don't go into their groups. I've never been interested in no one. I don't believe in violating space or protocol or respect for anybody's group. Okay. I think it's ridiculous. So if y'all need to show something to your white friends, please don't bring them here. And this isn't about that. And, it's not, I don't have pathological hatred of anyone. I'll tell anyone significantly. I mean, my DNA is probably as white as Alaska. I like being who and what I am. I don't want to be anything else. I'm not mad at anyone else, provided you don't bother my people. But when I take the time to do this, I don't want to be in dialogue with people who hate my guts or people who hate my people's guts. So if you've got any friends, you just need to integrate or whatever, take your ass with them. I really don't want you. I really don't want to see you. And it's not even a hate thing. I'm not interested. And so dude, so there may be people come in here and tell them, look, if they come in, if you're going to learn something and not be a nuisance of yourself, cool. If not, go somewhere. But don't come in here. Don't think I'm going to like chat with you and you're going to go back and forth with me on here. You don't have any authority. I respect you're not God. Okay. And I just need to say that because I said I didn't want pork chop feminists. Well, what about whites? I says, what about block? If you don't like black people, stay off their chats. And I will block anyone who's trying to drag everybody in. I don't bother Latinos. I don't bother anybody's group. The kind of contempt that people have for black folks that think that they can come in and just crash. No, I'll be my own moderator for right now. Now, if you want to be a moderator, you want to volunteer, you can write me at any time. You have my email. It's everywhere. There's something that you want to do. I can't pay anybody right now. I absolutely want people to hear me. I don't have a whole lot of time or energy. I just don't. There's too much that's going to happen. What I need folks to do is if you find something useful, use it. If you don't like it, go somewhere. Let me be happy. Do whatever you want to do. Live your life. But I do not want, and I will not tolerate it. And my group online, I kicked out everyone white because I found the behavior to come in is that the first one to do is challenge or argue or demand special attention. That's racist. I don't have time for special attention. I don't tolerate it from anyone. Okay. If you've got questions, yeah, they come in and disrupt, Cam. I didn't, and the first white dude, the first one start arguing and they want to make everything white. If they see anyone black doing anything, they come and attack it and say it has to do this without being asked. And if you let them in saying, well, maybe they'll do right, they won't. They've been trained to disrespect. They've been trained to dominate. They've been trained to attack. I don't have patience for it. I don't have the time. You're going to see, I might not do these every day. I may do them once a week. It all depends on all these other things going on. So if you talk trash to me, you're gone. I mean, because you can talk trash to your friends. I'm serious about this. So someone had an attitude and they're gone, out. Find someone else. There are a billion people online. You don't need to talk to me. They're people smarter. They've got more education. They've got everything. Go. This is for a few. I'm not looking for 100,000. 10 is more than enough. 5 is more than enough. I mean, I was happy at one point with 50, but right now there's some information that needs to get out. So I want to share it. So let me see. It's 1:38. I want to say to everybody thinking, okay, I want to go back into this book for a second because it's important. Yes, it is a cultural safari, brother. And I don't bother any of the white people. I don't go to the gay people. I don't bother any of them. I really do believe they have a right to have a gay or lesbian group. They have a right to have a white nationalist group. They have a right. So have we. And part of our weakness as a people is we include too many. We bring people in that we don't need to have around. They need to go and stay amongst themselves. I mean, part of our problem, our heart attacks, our strokes, our diabetes, is the stress of living with these people who hate at every turn. You have to explain every damn thing. You know what? No one ever had to teach me that you don't throw rocks at people who are don't look like you. You don't spit on them. You don't disrespect them. You learn to pronounce their name. You don't put right. Why do these people need so much coaching on how not to do things? It's because they've been taught to do everything that they're doing. And it's assumed as a given. I absolutely will not make time for it. I had someone that's well-meaning. Can you do something with the Proud Boys? I told them, no, the Proud Boys don't do anything for black people. Let them make some declarations against police murdering us. They have friends who are in uniform that beat us, shoot us, humiliate us, harass, violate our sisters when they search them. Maybe I'd think about it. In the interim, whether there's some good people in it or not, whether they're good black people that get shot, beaten, killed every day, and no one appeals for them. So, I took the gentleman, maybe he's a half-breed, maybe he's biracial, I don't care. If you strike me as an entitled white person that's infiltrating the group, I will block you because this isn't really that important. Yeah, I know people that are Proud Boys. We all do. We know people that are Klans and Nazis. They're all around us. However, I'm not advocating for them. You know, advocate for me. Now, if they suddenly started saying, don't kill black people, we want a treaty, truce, we're not going to, not that the truce would last, but we're calling on law enforcement, none of our people to beat up or abuse black folks, maybe they'd have a reason to look at them in a different way. But right now, no. So we're back to this book. I just wanted you to hear this UN woman, Claire. Other people have heard it, say how they're coming for us. And I want to point everybody to the website. There's so many articles on this virus. There's plenty of information. Educate yourself. We shouldn't have to get stripped off of YouTube to give you like romper room, kindergarten explanations. Forgive me, black folks. You can figure out the old blues with the double entendres when they talk about sex, but they're not saying it. You should be able to read between the lines when someone's sharing with you information about this pandemic. If you can't get that, you know, the days of not being able to keep up are over. Keep up or be left behind. It's a type of, this is a Darwinian world that they have. Let me see, it's 142. So let's impart info. If you've heard it before, great. Go to another chat site. But for people who haven't heard it before, oh my God, my friend Blondie is watching me from South Africa. How you doing? Yebo sister, how you doing? Okay, the website. It's an old website. Anyone can find it. It's free. It's called globalresearch.ca because it comes out of Canada. I just put it there. I'll put it up on the main screen. Please write this shit down. It's really not this hard. Black folks, we got to move faster. I can just tell you what it's like going to a competitive university. The professor says it once and they keep moving. They don't write it down for you. They don't tell you. You didn't take notes. You missed it. That is a competitive world that the Asians, the Chinese, and the others that you're up against. If you think someone's going to break it down and dummy it down to explain it to you in the competitive world that we're in, you're out of your mind. In fact, public schools and the nigger church has taught you being slow and stupid. People are going to make they're going to make exceptions for you. They will not. They will leave you for dead and keep moving. Sharpen up, get faster. If you look at everything in our culture, our music has become awful. Everything has gotten slower, stupid. Mumble rap as compared to Barry White or Marvin Gaye or Isaac Hayes. Speed up or get run over. I was asked a question, are we on the front or the back of the bus? We're under the bus. And it looks as if some of us are too drunk to get up on our feet and get out of the way before the other set of wheels roll over us. Now, back to this book. I will be reading because it's very important. It's the kind of book that they don't want you to know about. It's called The Pink Swastika. I believe you can find it on Abe Books. Abe, ABE. I'll put this, some people know. There are other groups. There's another group, but I'm just going to do this one. abebooks.com. They have out of print and rare books. They're often inexpensive. Sometimes you can get books for as little as $1, $2, $3, and sometimes the shipping is free. You need to know this. Now, here we are in Pink Triangle. I wanted to read about 3 chapters. Bear with me. This is going to be shocking. Chapter 3, the homosexual roots of fascism. Another area of history we must explore in order to understand the Nazis is the origin of fascism and National Socialist ideology. Once again, we find a high correlation between homosexuality and the development of a mode of thinking in which we identify with Nazism. And its 1964 work, Varieties of Fascism, historian Eugene Weber traced the pattern of planned totalitarian state going back to Plato's Republic and the fascist mentality to the turbulent, unscrupulous Callicles, who appears in another Platonic dialogue, Gorgias. But so here we begin. The inspiration for a fascist state comes from Plato. This is old Greek homosexual. The outspoken pederast, this means he had sex with boys, and male supremacists of ancient Greece. Let me just stop and tell you the ancient Greeks, of which our white brothers and sisters are very proud. The value of a woman was less than that of a cow. I repeat, the value of a woman was less than a cow. You could buy a pig for what a woman costs. In ancient Greece, women did not have a lot of value. There's another set, but for you who are looking for this book, let me see if I got it. I'm putting it up again for people that don't take notes, that don't follow. That is the email of the author of this book. I can't do any better than that. If you can't copy an email down and write the author, That's correct, CC Productions. Sex between men was seen as real love. Sex between men and women was seen as something that you had to do. They showed that movie, The Spartans, the 300, 400, and they made it seem as if the Persians were gay. And they even made the king a black gay Persian king. Go back and see the movie. And they made the Spartans straight. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Spartans fagged themselves out of existence. I repeat, the Spartans heavily, they weren't even repopulated. They'd rather be with each other than be with their women. And they ended up not existing. But Sparta is the ultimate civilization for many of your racists, your white supremacists. Sparta, it's a big white little dick situation. Alexander the Great's gay. Alexander the Great split up his empire between guys he's in love with. This is real talk. Okay, this is the pride of what they call Western civilization. When they say you're African, you're a barbarian, you're stupid. We had Greece and Rome. It's interesting, it's Greece because you need oil to lube up your, anyway. And they had lots of olive oil. I just want to bring that up. The next time you feel inferior, the next time you black people need to have all kinds of civilizations in antiquity because you feel ashamed because you live in a society that worships the Greeks and the Romans. And I just want to say for all of you Afrocentrics, the Greeks say that they learned everything that they did from the Egyptians. And the Romans got what the Greeks got. Y'all think about that. And that little punk ass Roman Catholic Church, they're into Mithra worship, or another word for this, ISIS worship. So if the Catholic Church is full of pederasts and pedophiles and homosexuals, and their real religion isn't the religion of the Bible, but it's the ancient Mithra and ISIS worship. And ISIS is the mother goddess from Africa. Then all you run around screaming all this Egyptian and there's none of this deviance in Africa and this, that, and the other. Good luck. Explain that. If the Greeks were going back and forth to Egypt, learning the mysteries of Egypt, and some of them were gay and they were down there for years, you didn't think they ain't do nothing down in Egypt? It's a question. If you really get into Greek culture, you'll find that the Greeks would come back and talk about the black men's penises. Do you really think that someone could describe a penis unless they got to see it? Someone showed it to them. Someone showed them a lot. So when all these Greeks come back talking about black men's naked bodies, it means the same way that these black men are sleeping with these LGBTQ men all over the country, these white LGBT, and they're the foot soldiers of their movement, that these people were doing all kinds of strange things in Africa thousands of years ago. Real talk. And if you were taking slaves or enslaved people out of Egypt and you were taking them to the courtesans, it's another way of saying hoes. The people who screwed the kings and queens being brought from Africa and other places, and you had sodomy from Africans thousands of years ago. It's not new. And were it so, prove it. How can you have Egypt and Babylon and the Mesopotamian having gods that are similar, that are into all this stuff, and ultimately only in Egypt everybody's straight, but everybody else in religions they buck wild and sodomite stuff. This is why I don't like a lot of the cult black conscious people. They're not honest, and there's nothing new under the sun, says Solomon, who they claim is black. There's nothing new, and this stuff is deviant. And what brought Solomon's ass down? Read 1 Kings 11 in the Bible. Solomon allowed the LGBTQ and abortion to take over Israel on his reign. The wisest black man, richest black man that ever lived, gave into the rainbow and gave into baby killing. It's right there in the Bible. Read it. Okay. Now, let me get back to this. I'm sorry about that. Plato is revered as preeminent classical philosopher, though few today are aware that he advocated man, boy, sex. Plato's a pedophile. Plato is a sodomite pedophile. He's seen his name, Plato's everywhere. Plato, we're Platonist, right? All right. A prototypical statement by the philosophers recorded in George Grant's Legislating Immorality. Through the nightly loving of boys, a man on a rising begins to see the authentic nature of true beauty. Voltaire once remarked of the propensity of the classic philosophers. Once a philosopher, listen to this. This is Voltaire. Once a philosopher, twice a sodomite. Voltaire. Once a philosopher, twice a sodomite. Plato and all this Greek stuff and the classics, and you had to do this. I was a classics minor at Howard, and like most of the people, most of them were gay. I ran into one of my teachers who was teaching Latin and Greek, and his name was Dr. Sinos. I'll say the punk's name. Fuck him, Dr. Sinos. And I think he was mad that I wasn't interested in him, so I got a B. At Howard, they had all these white gay teachers chasing young black people. They didn't care. And the head of the department was bisexual, and he liked white men. Yeah. I'm just telling you, this is real. I've come up the rough side of the mountain. I'm not going to lie for these bastards. Okay, Plato's Republic is his best known work. The following summary of the Republic by W.K.C. Guthrie, A History of Greek Philosophy. Y'all want to see how this Western civilization, I didn't go to the big ass white schools. Maybe you saved your money. The Republic advances many of Plato's principal ideas, notably those that concern government and justice. Composed as a debate between Socrates and 5 other speakers, the Republic is best known for its description of the ideal state based on Sparta, which Plato argues should be ruled by philosopher kings. As we have noted, Spartan society was dominated by a pederastic warrior cult that featured the mandatory induction of 12-year-old boys into homosexual partnerships with adult men. This is this white civilization you're bleaching your hair for, getting weaves, getting nose jobs, hating yourself, swirling, picking ugly mates to try to have kids that look. Damn, black people who hate God and the rest of us to want to be white, you're despicable. This is what you want to be? You hate me because I don't have a lineage of them raping boys? You want to be connected to that? I just think some black people are fucking batshit stupid. You're not savable if you think like this. Mandatory induction. You couldn't say no to getting screwed in the booty. You had to give it up. You got to give it up. Keep on that. Okay, let me be serious. Like all such cults, the Spartan military was rigidly hierarchical and elitist. Plato's concept of the philosopher king is that of an autocratic leader appropriate to such a culture. The philosopher king rules over a fascist utopia. What it really should be is a sodomite king. Say what they mean. A dude that likes booty rules over all. Pizzagate is real. Pizzagate's real, coons. Wake up. Listen to this. Interestingly, Plato's idealized society in the Republic includes the social unit. We heard about this from William Reich, the man that felt you had to have 3 orgasms a week to be civilized. It didn't matter if it was a man, child, animal, or you just masturbated. Getting rid of the family. But let's get to the heart of it. The erasure of womanhood. Ladies, are you listening to me? All of you dumbass ones confused by feminists. the elimination of this womanhood. They talk all this woman shit. But at the end of the day, okay, at the end of the day, ladies, it's about destroying womanhood. You show me another culture that's more hostile to women than some of these cultures that have this queer thing going on. Huh? This is so the non-binary sexuality that you see everywhere. This is the erasure of women. Men in the women's room. All of this is the erasure of womanhood and the erasure of the family. Ladies, they making you think that that you've been punished for being a woman. They're trying to get rid of you. They'll tell you they won't let you play a nose guard on the football team. I feel oppressed as a woman. Well, get your ass out and get all your bones broken, lady. Then they'll say, well, you shouldn't tackle her as hard. Well, bitch shouldn't play football. Men's bones get broken. That's part of playing the sports. It's called contact sports. It's the elimination of womanhood. And you women are being used through feminism to get rid of womanhood. I'm for women's rights. I don't want women raped and abused and all that. I'm with you on that. But they want to get rid of womanhood, and they're using dumbass, impressionable women who aren't happy no matter how many rights. American women are spoiled as shit. You got stuff. Y'all can lie on a man. You can call the police, say a man hit you. His ass is going to jail. He didn't touch you. You said. Try that in another country. I dare you. The police might beat you. I'm not saying that they should. I'm trying to say you got it better in America, black women, than any other group of women out there in the world. And y'all don't get it because you've been told to be dissatisfied by white women who like Spartan society because they can have other white women. Dummy. Dummy. Okay. You cannot be the backbone of black America, black women, listening to white radical lesbian feminist bullshit. You become an enemy to your own people. You become a bulldagger backstabber. But you are not a backbone. And I want to say this, Stacey Abrams and her sumo wrestling looking sister that looks like rerun from What's Happening. These kinds of folks, they're about to get a beat down in society. If Biden wins, great punishment on black women who become the symbol of Democratic fraud, electoral fraud. Great punishment is coming, and black men outnumbered. Y'all made a problem that we may not be able to help y'all with. Real talk. We should try anyway, but that's really unfair for folks that have been nasty and arrogant, tattoos, mouth poked out, all this bad mouth. Then you start a race war, get in the middle of white folk fighting, and then black men have to die because you're dumb as fuck, because you think because you got a job over black men, the 2-to-1 preference. You better get your ass on code and on your square. Yes, I'm going to keep insulting y'all. Wake the fuck up. Your preacher should tell you this. Your damn entertainer should be telling you the truth. Damn bloated ass Oprah Winfrey should tell you the truth. The shit it does to her. It's supposed to. Wake up. They're tricking y'all. They're using you. Elimination of the feminist social unit. It should be noted, however, that Plato reversed himself in later years in the issue. His last work, Lost, asserted that the value of family and the moral wrongness of homosexuality. He probably knew he was on his way to hell. Now that he's gotten his fill of little boys and maybe got spurned a little bit because he's fat and lonely, right? Now he's got second thoughts. He did a little Richard. Woo! The next figure cited by Weber in Historic Development of National Socialism is Frederick the Great, the founder of the perfect Prussian society. Frederick clearly fit Plato's description of the philosopher king. He established a strict military order used his elite force to great advantage, expanding his Prussian empire through ruthless lightning strikes against neighboring countries. Now, this I did not know, guys. Frederick the Great founder of the German nation, was a homosexual and coincidentally was one of Hitler's greatest heroes. all of these queens, they always hate black folks. And they say gays are new black and we're intersectional. We're your allies. We're working together. Okay. This is why I couldn't teach in the university. You start telling the truth, you get into trouble. Someone will go back and report to the dean. Dr. Short, you have to go light on these young people. They're impressionable. They're not ready for this. And you're throwing too many stones at a glass house. Historian Noel L. Gard writes, Frederick's homosexual inclination, of which Lieutenant Cat in his youth was his principal object, were attested by many authorities, notably Voltaire and Frederick himself, and the other young men besides Cat were Boric, Frederick Trent, Count Kaiserlich, Count Goes, and an Italian named Barberini. In recent years, Frederick has been praised as a model of social liberalism and humanitarianism, like John Lewis. Another side to this man also explains the attraction of Hitler and the Nazis to him. Ingrid describes him. Friedrich hated women. I'll repeat that. Friedrich hated women as such. Die Frau was always a shrimpwort. Wart. That's how you say wart. So, wow, shrimpwort. Some sort of wart. Wow, that's how he saw women, as some blister, an ugly pimple. An expression of contempt with him. Though he felt obliged by reason of his position to have a queen, which involved the necessity of getting married, Frederick never lived a husband's life. And though Martin Luther's reform inculcated marriage of the clergy with a view to stamping out the vices that had characterized celibacy in Germany, and though the same injunction logically applies to soldiers, Frederick forced the majority of his soldiers to remain unmarried. He wanted a player's paradise. This is white, male, homosexual supremacy. All of these Nazi groups that go out and kill and murder people are white, homosexual, Spartan, gay men. And our dumbass traitor, preacher, political leadership has made us the servants of white supremacist sodomite folks who hate black people's guts. This is why we're in the situation that we're in right now. Jesse Jackson, Barack Obama, this bastard war nuts, all of them are kissing the penis ring of white homosexual supremacy at our expense. And we consider that progress every time a new gay black person goes to Congress. They've got 2 gay black men coming in from New York. We're going to have the gayest black delegation ever. Nothing's going to happen for us. None of these new gay elected people are challenging Biden to do anything for black people. Notice that. They will give mouth to Trump. They will talk about Republicans. And yes, I disagree. I think Mitch McConnell might be. He's shaky. And by the way, let's just do this. Look up Mitch McConnell and WikiLeaks. Look up Mitch McConnell. And I'm not saying anything other than Mitch McConnell's wife left him with the 4 children, went to Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts. It's a bastion of white, female, lesbian supremacy. And she became an open lesbian literature teacher. Real talk. It's in Wikipedia. Just look for it. It's there. I wouldn't lie to you. I have no reason to lie. Mitch McConnell's first wife, not the Chinese hoe he's with. I'm talking about the white woman that he had the children with. She left him with the kids and went off to be gay. Mitch McConnell has no children with the nice-looking Chinese woman. I'm just saying. Mitch McConnell's wife. It's in Wikipedia. Look it up. It's no secret. I want to also say to you, that guy who's the state's attorney general for Kentucky, man, he's sweeter than a honeycomb. And he was picked by Mitch McConnell. He's the one that let the officers off for murdering Breonna Taylor in her home. I said any man that let that happen to a woman had to be gay, had to have enough semen in his tummy to be Niagara Falls, to not see that they didn't murder that girl in cold blood. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm registered as a Republican. I had been Attorney General. If I couldn't have busted those cops for killing my sister like that, I would have resigned. I can't. I will not be used against black women. We're supposed to protect black women. He threw them some money and helped the guys get off for murdering that girl naked in her own house. And the same thing with the mother, the grandmother, Anjanette Young in Chicago. Black woman taken out of her bathtub naked and humiliated, threatened with her own death by 20 officers who took porn videos of her. And that little lesbian prosecutor who's now mayor, Larry Dykefoot, they covered it up. It takes a lesbian or someone that's deviant to let a black woman, I couldn't listen to the woman cry. I couldn't even handle it. In fact, I cried a couple of days ago thinking about what they did to that black grandmother. And this is why I'm up at night. So this stuff makes you so angry. You've got to talk to someone. I don't want to go out and do something crazy like the racist dude that shot up and massacred the black people in Rockford at the bowling alley. And I want to say that to you. Yeah, Mitch is suspect. He looks like Granny with turkey neck on steroids. He's suspect. But he put that black dude, all of a sudden he got all this money. Look at all these queer-looking black men that raise so much Democratic Party cash. Warnock's got $100 million. He looks like an effeminate Mr. Deep-fried, effeminate Mr. Potato Head with his tight-ass pants on. What kind of man drives a car off on his woman when she's talking with the baby strapped in? Not a straight man in my book. You treat a woman like that, you may as well be gay. You just gay. I don't care. If your fist is harder than your penis when you deal with a woman, you're gay in my book. Man that beats woman is gay to me. I don't want to understand. I don't want to understand you putting your hands. Only thing hard you should have on a woman is your penis. You hit a woman, you're a fag to me. You are a punk. Okay, period. I'm sorry. I don't want to understand. I don't want to be accurate. You beat up and brutalize women. If you're a pimp, you're a fag. I don't care how many women you sleep with in your heart. You get a big furry pussy. You don't have a man's heart. Okay, I cancel you out. No man that loves a woman, has respect for women, can do these things. No woman that cares about women would allow women to be treated this way. Lloyd Lightfoot is a deviant, and any person involved in covering up human trafficking, organ harvesting, any of this, where women's wombs are taken out, you're some kind of psychopathic deviant, period. And the day must come one day, black men, where we punish people. You do something to a black woman, I don't care if it's that hole over there, that we have to show people that you cannot do anything you want to our women. That's the beginning of showing that you have some power, that your women and children are safe. If you can protect a woman and a child and a household and a community, then you can have a nation. We don't protect our women or children, and we talk about we want 5 states in the South when you can't dominate one block, can't keep the trash off the ground. White folks come with their dogs across town to shit in your neighborhood. That should let you know something. Sandra Bland, her chump-ass mother, let that stop the movement. Okay, it's time for us to do that. Let me get back in here. I got to get back to this. Friedrich hated women. So he had all these dudes. And who else had all the men together where they couldn't get to women? It's all in South Africa. That deviant, that faggot, Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes created a system to homosexualize black men in South Africa. The Cubans had a system to homosexualize black men in Cuba. The Brazilians had a system to homosexualize black men where they were locked up in dormitories away from women. They had one in Angola. They had it in Mozambique. They have it all over where they go. They buck break us. And now we consider it a freedom, a privilege. It's better to be buck broken than to be black. Confused. dumbass niggas. In his armies, he revived the vices of the Teutonic Knights and the Templars. That means that Frederick the Great promoted sodomite culture. I need to repeat this to you, that Germany, even under the time of Hitler, Germany was the most homosexual place on earth. Nazism came to power through the homosexual ascendants. You see where this country is going totalitarian. I think Bill Gates is a fag. I think Zuckerberg is one. I think all these people pushing for these eugenics are queer. You have to be this much, hate life this much. Frederick is rightly looked upon as the founder of the modern German militarism, not merely as a state policy, but as a worship of destruction for its own sake. There is an innate destructiveness in the homosexual mindset. The Bible says a reprobate mind in Romans 1. He despised humanity in general and looked upon human life, even his own life, as a bagatelle. He constantly carried a vial of poison on his person so he might put an end to his own life any moment he considered opportune. He's suicidal, just like folks who go to gay bathhouses or do bug chasing. It's real talk. People that have to go to Pride when there's a corona outbreak. Remember the folks who are still trying to have Pride, trying to have gay orgies and stuff? We don't care. Well, shoot, I just want to get screwed with my booty. Why is everyone trying to stop me? National Socialism. The National Socialism brand of fascism began in the mid-1800s with the German socialist leader Ferdinand Lassalle, the founder of the radical Universal German Workingmen's Association. Lassalle is remembered for his political rehabilitation of the notorious pederast Jean-Baptiste von Schweitzer after the Social Democratic Party had expelled him. Schweitzer was a talented lawyer who in 1862 became editor of the main periodical of the German socialist movement, Social Democrat. In August of that year, two elderly ladies enjoying a quiet stroll in the public park in Mannheim accidentally came upon Schweitzer and a schoolboy. Schweitzer was sodomizing the boy in the bushes. He was arrested and given 2 weeks in jail and disbarred. Screwing a boy in the bushes, just 2 weeks. See how advanced. Everyone says you should go to Europe. They're beyond all these things. Americans are too concerned. We need to go to Europe. Right? Epstein's Island. Are y'all with me? I'm gonna keep reading. None of this is my opinion. So for all the people that get mad, he just hates us. He's always picking on us. He's always looking down on us. I didn't do anything to anyone. Look at this. Social Democrats disowned Schweitzer, but only 1 year later, Lassalle took Schweitzer under his wing, stating that the person's sexual taste has absolutely nothing to do with the man's political character. We hear this same garbage now. The personal doesn't influence the political. But yet we've got more gay legislation in every city, state, and town once you gay folks get into political office. It does influence the political. In fact, it's dominated the political when Joe Biden says the first thing he's going to do is start doing stuff for trans when he gets in office. And you guys voted for it. Schweitzer became president of the UGWA in 1867. Notice the coinciding of this gay movement in Germany and what black people are going through in America, that the devil is literally raising up this sodomite thing over in the heartland of the dominant group of people in this society who are Germanic, the largest group of whites here, raising up a sodomite movement, right? And then they bring that here, and who are the targets? You and me. And I got another book by, I think, a German homosexual. I think he's gay too. It's a German communist. I was telling y'all, this guy, Moses Hess, one of the proto-communists, who talks about how the communists would use black people for a revolution, trick black people into getting mass murdered so the communists could take over America. This is in 1864. They're speaking curses over the future of our people before we can even get the chains off. Let me keep reading. And on September 7th of that year, he was elected to the Reichstag Parliament in North German Confederation. Among the several men who've been dubbed as the father of National Socialism, including George Lance von Liebenfels, Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche is perhaps the most deserving of this distinction, being so labeled by Nazi luminaries Dr. Alfred Rosenberg and Dr. Frank. Others have called him the father of fascism, rabidly anti-Christian. All of you, I'm going to keep bringing it up to all you liars out there. Why is it that the sodomites, the Luciferians, and they all hate genuine Christianity? And if that seems to be the thing that's holding them back, why are you against it? If you're against the Christian teachings, you're for the sodomites. You don't have any choice. You'll always get all of them. They will always be against the Bible, always against Christ. Every single time I read one of these books, it'll always come down to they're against the Bible. And all of our people now, the Bible is the white man's book. Why do all the white supremacists hate the Bible if it's their damn book? Only stupid Negroes that are emotional, that don't reflect, or they're under the influence of lying satanic spirits, which ultimately means that's why they can be leftists and they can be Democrats and Republicans, and they can line up with folks who hate their people's guts because you ultimately hate God too. You either are for God or against God. And these days, one of the reasons we're weak is because we're against God. And then we're outnumbered, outgunned, and everything. And we don't have spiritual power. Only a buffoon, only fools would do what we do. But we're stupid as hell. Let me keep reading. Nietzsche and Marx. Every time I'll bring up one of these people that wants to wipe us out, they hate the Bible. Negroes, if you haven't read Genesis 10, where the Bible lays out the first people are black that started everything, including wickedness. King James could be whatever he wanted to do. What does that have to do with the Bible that denounces his? If he was a sodomite, the book he wrote denounced what he did. King James wasn't literate, so he couldn't read. So, moving right along, that has no bearing. There are lots of people that are homosexual that don't do bad stuff. The Jewish race survived? Well, it depends on which one. I'm going to keep reading now that I've made people mad. Oh, I love it. Being a Christian just really pisses people off. Okay, that's why they put them in jail. Man, I fuck all the kids I want. I don't care what your God says. I'll show you, right? And all of you that are disagreeing with me, you're with the pedophiles and the sodomites. Even if you can't win, it's either for or against Christ. You can't win. All of these people trying to do this stuff all line up on one thing. They hate the Bible. They especially hate the King James Bible. So he may have been a sodomite. They say he had 3 men. Some people say King James was black. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me keep working. Rapidly anti-Christian and homosexual, Nietzsche founded, listen to this, the God is Dead movement and contributed to the development of existentialist philosophy. Nietzsche's publisher, Peter Gass, called Nietzsche one of the fiercest anti-Christian and atheists and described his book, The Antichrist, as a ferocious curse on Christianity. Nietzsche called Christianity and democracy the moralities of the weak herd and argued for the natural aristocracy of the Übermensch, or supermen, whose will to power was grounded in the material world. These supermen are gays, brothers and sisters. That they need to say it. Because if you look at who keeps talking about these supermen, they always think that they're better than everyone else. Sure they do. I want to wear women's clothes. Everybody else has on men's clothes. You want to be special. According to McIntyre in Forgotten Fatherland, Search for Elizabeth Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche never married and had no known female sex partners, but went insane at the age of 44 and eventually died of syphilis because he used to go in and screw men in bathhouses. He was a licentious sodomite, but a white supremacist and a role model to the LGBTQ movement that we're lined up with. Damn, we're weak. Even Jews with all of their gay stuff refused in that Pink Triangle book to go along with being typecast as gay. And the whole black church has bowed down to this. It's not even a church anymore. They just want your damn money. They're not going to get mine. They can get 10% of what I put in the toilet. They can have that. According to Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, Nietzsche had caught the disease at a homosexual brothel in Genoa, Italy. Nietzsche's unflattering opinion of women was widely known. His works were peppered with attacks against women, and like the pederast of the community of the special, he relegated women to the role of breeders. It's a continuing theme. Women should just have babies. Just shut up and have a baby. Mitch McConnell, you're against abortion, have the baby, but you won't want to give up the $2,000 check. He's got millions, and he don't want you to have 2,000. He relegated women to the role of breeders and sexual slaves. Notice sexual slavery for women has exploded alongside this LGBTQ movement, and no one seems to want to do anything about it. Men, on the other hand, were to be bred for war. So since men were bred for war and they had nothing to live for, then they screw each other. They're removed from women. Men have obligatory sex, bust a nut in this woman, whether you'll see her again or not. The Germans had such places. The Germans would, they were called Lebensborn. Let me put the name up. These were places for the guys to screw the women and just get the women pregnant. And, you don't really like them, just screw. Lebensborn. It's not my imagination. Lebensborn. A place for warrior German soldiers. Okay, everybody go. You got to screw and make so many kids, right? If you look into the German soldiers' history, the whole thing about venereal disease, one of the things that helped the German army succeed is they were very good at making certain that the soldiers didn't get venereal disease. Lebensborn. Listen. So men are bred for war, and of course, if they're off at war, if they don't get to be around women, then they have sex with each other. Think about how perverted our Pentagon is and how there's 7,000 or 8,000 people in the Pentagon that never got arrested for looking at child porn on their computers. Understand how our country is run. One of Nietzsche's closest friends and another hero of Adolf Hitler was Richard Wagner, the composer. Wagner was the subject of a 1903 book by Hans Fuchs called Richard Wagner und die Homosexualität. Translation, Richard Wagner and Homosexuality, in which Fuchs recommends art as a means for homosexual emancipation. Nietzsche's philosophy was grounded in Greek and Roman paganism. The boule, y'all. It's a boule. Their version of the boule. I'll read this again. Nietzsche's philosophy was grounded in Greek and Roman paganism, and his writings he called for a new Caesar to transform the world. Years later, Nietzsche's sister and chief proponent, Elizabeth, would enthusiastically dub Hitler the Superman her brother had predicted. Indeed, Elizabeth's adulation of Hitler was returned by the Fuhrer. Hitler and the Nazis were indebted to Nietzsche for his contributions to German nationalism. It is not too much to say, right, historian George Lichtheim. But for the Nietzsche, the SS, Hitler's shock troops, and the core of the whole movement would have lacked the inspiration to carry out their programs of mass murder in Eastern Europe. And W. Cleon Skousen writes that when Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, it was though Nietzsche was speaking from the dead. Nietzsche's importance to Nazism was immeasurable. His most celebrated book, Also Sprach Zarathustra, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, was considered the Bible of Hitler youth and was enshrined in Hitler's Mein Kampf and Alfred Rosenberg's Myth of the 20th Century. In the vault of the Tannenberg Memorial, which had been erected to commemorate Germany's victory over Russia in the First World War, Hitler and the Nazis often used Nietzschean phrases such as the will to power, live dangerously, and Superman. But more significantly, Nietzsche became a hero to the masses as well. Certain German intellectuals canonized Nietzsche through the popular media of the day. Peter writes that the German intellectual elite, including poets like Stefan George and writers like Thomas Mann, saw Nietzsche's aristocratic radicalism as an answer to the decadent democratic ideals of the West. Fervent men and women met for ritualistic readings of Zarathustra. Hymns were composed to celebrate the new religion. And by the time of the body of the sick philosopher was put to rest, he was proclaimed a saint. Who were these intellectuals who popularized Nietzschean fascism in Germany? Stefan George, one of Germany's most popular poets of the time, was a pederast and a guiding example to the community of the special. George and his disciples writes, Osterhuis and Kennedy revivified Hölderlin's concept of the Hellenic Germans. These are the Greek Germans, German Greeks, and contrasted their poetry and lifestyles with the eternal spring of homoerotic friendship from the family. In 1903, George became infatuated with a 15-year-old boy and made him a figure of worship in a 1907 book called The Seventh Ring. In his last book, The New Kingdom, published in 1928, prophesied an era in which Germany would become a new Greece. In 1933, when Hitler came to power, he appointed George as president of the Nazi Academy of Letters. Among other works, Thomas Mann, famous for his 1912 novella called A Death in Venice, in which an aging writer risks life and reputation in his attempts to gaze on the Apollonian beauty of the 14-year-old Tadzio. So Thomas Mann is into pedophilia. Everyone says, you got to read Thomas Mann. He's so great, man. Now you begun to understand something. We're going to have this conversation. So this man, his novel is about this dude who wants to see a naked boy. Homosexuals historian A.L. Rose called the novella the most publicized homosexual story of the century. Mann was married and had several children, two of whom became homosexuals. Who is to say that he didn't rape these children? Nietzsche's influence extended beyond the German border. Gabriele D'Annunzio, a playwright and the founder of fascism in Italy, was strongly impacted by Nietzschean philosophy. D'Annunzio, while famous in his affairs with aristocratic and celebrated women in Italy, may have also had homosexual inclinations. One of his plays, called The Spring's Awakening, featured a cast of schoolboys whom he allowed to experience all forms of sexuality, including homosexual lovemaking between boys. D'Annunzio's successor, Benito Mussolini, acknowledged his debt of gratitude to Nietzsche as well. Nietzsche's sister, Elizabeth, figured prominently in pre-Nazi and Nazi Germany. After Nietzsche's death in 1900, she assumed control of his estate and relentlessly promoted her brother's writings, established the Nietzsche Archives. During the Weimar Republic, the archives became the center of a powerful counter-revolutionary current in German nationalism. At one point, Nietzsche's followers wanted to build a Nietzschean temple, complete with statues of Apollo and Dionysus. Dionysus is the big dick, drunken, bisexual god of the Greeks. While the temple was never built, Adolf Hitler himself commissioned a shrine to Nietzsche. a memorial auditorium, a library where German youth could be taught Nietzsche's doctrine of the master race. The Friedrich Nietzsche the Friedrich Nietzsche Memorial Building was opened in August of 1938. An interesting aside to the story is the fact that in 1886, Elizabeth Nietzsche and her husband founded a colony in Paraguay, South America called Nueva Germania, New Germany. After the fall of the Third Reich, Nueva Germania sheltered hundreds of fleeing Nazi war criminals, including the infamous Dr. Joseph Mengele. Another interesting fact is Rudolf Steiner, who would later found the occultic Anthroposophical Society, was briefly involved with Elizabeth in the management of the Nietzschean archives. Friedrich Nietzsche's influence on the Nazis is reflected in all they did. Become hard and show no mercy, Nietzsche taught. For evil is a man's best force. One wonders whether history might have been different if Germany had been aware that the writings of their fascist genius may have been influenced by an impaired brain function because of the tertiary phase of cerebral syphilis. So a person with syphilis is a saint. White high-level education. This is stuff that they tell you to read at Harvard and Yale and Princeton, and you're stupid if you don't understand Nietzsche. But man, if you read the Bible, you're so lame. Woo! God. Unfortunately for the world, Mobius' report was squelched by Elizabeth and her powerful friends. This doctor warned his countrymen. Listen to this. In 1902, a doctor by the name of P.J. Mobius attempted to warn his countrymen that they should beware of Nietzsche for his works with the products of a diseased brain. And of course, Wagner's sister blocked it. The attraction of fascism for homosexuals appears in the history of other countries as well. As we noted earlier, pro-Nazi fascist organizations in both England and France were headed by homosexuals. This is true right now. I think David Dukes is one. All of these people, they're queer. They're always like this. Why do they hate the black man? Because the black man represents family. Dumb pork chop feminists don't know it. The black man represents nurture. The exact opposite of them. Organizations both England and France were headed by homosexuals. In England, the organization called the Anglo-German Fellowship was headed by British homosexual Guy Francis de Money Burgess and Captain John Robert McNamara. In France, a pro-Nazi fascists were represented by two groups, the Radical Socialist Party, headed by Edouard Pfeiffer, and the French Popular Party leader led by Jacques Doriot. Both men were homosexuals. Homosexuals John Lauritsen and David Thorstad report in the Soviet Union homosexuality became known as a fascist perversion during the 1930s. They quote Soviet intellectual Maxim Gorky, "There's always a slogan in Germany, eradicate the homosexual and fascism will disappear." Once again, we see the roots of Nazism are fundamentally interrelated with the homosexuality of its philosopher. From Plato to Frederick the Great to Nietzsche, the common denominator is homosexual behavior. Certainly not every fascist was homosexual, just as not every homosexual was fascist. But the glaring truth, excuse me, the glaring truth of history is that homosexuals bore a disproportionately large share of the responsibility for the rise of Nazism. I need some water. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. No, I don't. I'm going to pour some water out here. Oh my God, I love this crystal, guys. Give me 1 second. I need a water break. This whistle. How y'all feeling? Lincoln Rockwell was killed by homosexuals. Hold on, let me put this up there. Lincoln, good question. Lincoln Rockwell, let me pull up that quote. Hold on. Good question. The American Nazi Party, a lot of gay people in this. It's the gay folks run this thing in America. Let me pull up Lincoln Rockwell for a minute. I'm going to get the quote from Lincoln Rockwell. Lincoln Rockwell got killed. There was a gay fight. Lincoln Rockwell, I remember when he got killed. I think it's 1967. I was young. God, that's like 2. Lincoln Rockwell. Let me pull this up. This is a good question. Where is it? Hold on 1 second. This might have something on it.
An American citizen was assassinated in broad daylight by a Nazi. A Nazi who the day before had been marching with torches down American streets.
We can have our country once again free. We can have it once again white. We can have it once again Christian. And above all, ladies and gentlemen, we can have it once again a Christian American republic with a wholesome atmosphere that every American can be proud of.
George Lincoln Rockwell, leader of the American Nazi Party, meets a violent end. Murdered by a sniper's bullet.
That's 1979. I want to stop and say to you, Dylan Rolfe, who shot up the people in the church, the media put it out and then they took it back. You know, Dylan Rolfe's best friend was a gay black dude. Did y'all know that? Dylan Rolfe's best friend is gay and black. Dylan Rolfe, gay best friend, black dude, who spoke up for him after he murdered all the people. Just to show you that the penis is mightier than the sword in our community, especially if it's a white penis and the black man's bent over. Real talk. Never, real talk, real talk, real talk. I'm going to keep reading. Dylan Rolfe, all of that. All this. Lincoln Rockwell, the American Nazi Party was full of gay people. There was a fight. The founder of the American Nazi Party ultimately got killed. There was some queer struggle for power, and he got offed. Right now, the leader of the Nazi parties in Holland and other places, they're all gay. I think that there's something wrong with David Dukes, whose wife left him. I think one of the things that came out was that David Dukes was addicted to looking at black penis porn. Just all day, just like seeing black men have sex. All this anger. I'm thinking, if I hated someone, why would I want to see their penis? Over and over and over and over and over again. And that's how I get off. Wait a minute, I hate all these people, and yet I want to see them have sex? Or is it because you feel like you can't go out and get what you really want? So you hate. A lot of this goes on. I'm just telling you. Let me keep reading. Thanks for my water break. Look at this. But the glaring truth of the history is that homosexuals bore a disproportionately large share of the responsibility for the rise of Nazism. We have now looked through three separate and distinct realms of pre-Nazi German society, which contributed to the formation and success of the Nazi Party. And the German gay rights movement, we saw the pederastic origins of the Hellenistic revival and its influences on the youth and the free corp movements. We also saw the rift between the butch and femme factions of the homosexual movements, laid the groundwork for the mistreatment of some homosexuals in the later Nazi regime. Let me just explain to you the same way that we black people have hypocrisy around this. If I'm a basketball player and I'm gay, or I'm a football player and I'm gay, I'm cool. If I'm effeminate, wear a dress, nail polish, and weave, I may end up dead. There seems to be a hypocrisy and cultures everywhere that if a man seems strong, in prison I lift weights, I can screw all the men I want. If I'm a weak man, even if I'm straight, my sexuality is questioned. We black folk are good for that bullshit. Black man with a high-pitched voice has to be tough all the time to try to prove he's straight, and yet a big dude with a deep voice who's a gorilla sissy, no one dare question his manhood because he may take himself some. Real talk. In the realm of paganism, we saw the importance of homosexuality and occultism and the influence of occultism and the development of Nazi thought. We have noted that many prominent occultists who influenced the growth of Nazism were homosexuals, and a number of the early Nazis themselves were both homosexuals and occultists. Finally, we have seen that homosexuals and pederasts were integral to the creation and development of fascism and National Socialist philosophy. Now that we have examined the relationship between homosexuality and the aspects of German thought and culture, which led to the development of Nazism, you can begin to examine more closely the formation of the early years of the Nazi Party itself, as well as the individuals, including Hitler, who led the Nazi movement. Now, I'm trying to think, should I do that? Yeah, this is a short chapter. I just want to get a little, man, I just want to do a little bit more of this. Is this good to y'all? Has this been good to you? Tell me if it's been good, because I'm trying to bring this MFM in here. I want black men to understand what all this damn white power is, and it don't look too hot. Oh, yeah, I need to read some more of this. How many pages do I need to read? Whoa. Let me see if I can get through this. The more of this I read, the crazier it's going to be, but we need to do this. Let me spend maybe another hour. The founding in the early years of the Nazi Party. What was to become the Nazi Party began as an outgrowth of the Thule Society in late 1918. It started as a nationalist discussion group called the Political Workers' Circle, whose goal was to extend the appeal of Thule's nationalist ideology for the working classes. The discussion group developed the idea of forming a political party in December of 1918 and did so on January 5th, 1919. Isn't it interesting that on the 6th, they're going to have the big rally in DC, but the 5th, I think, is when they're supposed to count and certify. It's the same day for the Nazis. It's interesting. That's when they go bring all this stuff together. Oh my God, that's going to be like the 102nd anniversary of the founding of the Nazi Party. It's the day that they count the Electoral College votes in Congress. You can't make this shit up, y'all. Hitler became a member, on January 5th, 1919, at the Fürstenfelder Hof Tavern in Munich. Adolf Hitler became a member of the German Workers' Party in September of that year. I'm going to skip over that. Hold on one second. Let me do this. There were two members of this insignificant party who deserve mention at this point, both who would prove important to the rise of Hitler. Captain Ernst Röhm had joined the party before Hitler, a tough, ruthless, driving man, albeit like many of the other early Nazis, a homosexual. He helped organize the first Nazi strong arm squads, which grew into the SA. Dietrich Eckart, often called the spiritual father of National Socialism, became a close advisor to Hitler and introducing him to such future aides as Rudolf Hess. In a very short time, Hitler and Röhm began to wrest control of the small group from its founders. Within a few months, they had forced the resignation of chairman Karl Harrer and began to turn the group away from its origins as a secret society towards a new identity as a mass party. On April 1st, 1920, they changed the name of the party to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Historian Joachim Fest describes the process Hitler and Röhm used in these early days of Nazism. At the beginning, Hitler went at things according to a sensible plan. His first task was a personal one: to break out of anonymity, to emerge from a welter of small-time nationalist racist parties with an unmistakable image, making a name for himself by unceasing activity, by brawls, scandals, and riots, even by terrorism if it would bring him to the forefront. But Röhm did more for the NSDAP than anyone else. He held the rank of captain as political advisor on the staff of Colonel Epp and was the real brain of the disguised military regime in Bavaria. Röhm provided the young National Socialist Party with members, arms, and funds. By August 1921, Hitler and Röhm had completed their takeover of the party. On the 3rd of that month, they founded the SA and began to assemble a cadre of sexual deviants who would form a core of the Nazi leadership for years to come. A pamphlet circulated by disgruntled Nazi members prior to Hitler's takeover shows that the homosexuality of his supporters was no secret. Speaking of Hitler, they said, it grows more and more clear that his purpose is simply to use the National Socialist Party as a springboard for his immoral purposes. Hitler contemporary Otto Strasser reports that Hitler did 3 things to popularize the party: quiet the threatening clash of wounded vanities. He shortened the name of the National Socialist National Socialist German Workers' Party to the letters NSDAP, and he adopted the brown shirt of Lieutenant Rossbach's veteran organization for the entire party, and he assumed the all too familiar swastika from Earhart's group. As we will see, almost all the new leadership of the party was sexual deviants. But the fact raises a question that is foundational to our understanding of the Nazis. Who chose these men as Nazi leaders? Röhm, with whose lifestyle we are now quite familiar, was to some historians the true power behind Hitler's throne. As noted above, it was primarily Röhm who organized, funded, and armed the terrorist military arm of the party, choosing only homosexuals as officers. As it was true that the party met frequently at the Bratwurst Glocke, a homosexual bar where Röhm kept a reserved table. Yet, despite Röhm's importance to the party, Adolf Hitler himself was the central figure of Nazism, and increasingly, it was he who determined the fate of every member of the party. Despite suggestions to the contrary, Hitler was not anti-homosexual. In fact, like Röhm, Hitler seemed to prefer homosexual companions and co-workers. In addition to Röhm and Hess, 2 of his closest friends, Hitler apparently chose homosexuals and other sex deviants to fill key positions nearest to himself. Rector attempts to dismiss the sources that attribute homosexuality to leading Nazis, but nevertheless lists them in some detail. Reportedly, Hitler youth leader Baldur von Schirach was bisexual. Hitler's private attorney, Reich's legal director, Minister of Justice, Butcher, Governor General of Poland, and public gay hater Hans Frank was said to be homosexual. Hitler's adjutant, Wilhelm Bruckner, was said to be bisexual. Walther Frank, the Reich Minister of the Economics and Hitler's personal financial advisor, has frequently been called a notorious homosexual or jealous predecessor of Funk's host, Hjalmar Schacht, contemptuously claimed Funk was a harmless homosexual and alcoholic. Hitler's second in command, Hermann Goering, liked to dress up in drag and wear campy makeup, and so on and so forth. Ingra, who confidently asserts that the above men were homosexuals, cites still other Hitler aides and close friends who were known homosexuals. He states that Hitler's chauffeur and his one-time personal secretary, Emil Maurice, for example, was a homosexual, as were the pornographer Julius Streicher, whom Hitler appointed Gauleiter of Nuremberg. Ingra writes, Julius Streicher, the notorious Jew baiter, was originally a school teacher but dismissed by the Nuremberg school authorities following numerous charges of pedastry brought against him. His paper De Stürmer was frequently confiscated by the police even at the height of the Nazi regime because of the sexual obscenities displayed in the drawings and described in the text. The evidence for homosexual leanings of other leading Nazis, Joseph Goebbels, is rather thin, but adds further insight into the inner workings of the group. Goebbels, Reich propaganda leader and close aide of the Fuhrer, is reported to have had a party in 1936 that degenerated into a violent homosexual orgy. The party featured, listen to this, torch-bearing page boys in tight-fitting white breeches. Charlottesville, y'all. Charlottesville, Charlottesville. I read again. Torch-bearing page boys in tight-fitting white breeches, white satin blouses with lace cuffs, and powdered rococo wigs. Grunberger writes that the Nazi roughnecks were so affected by the rococo setting that they hurled themselves upon, they started raping these boys, the bewigged page boys, and pulled them into the bushes. They started raping these boys, these Nazis. Tables collapsed, torches were dim, and the ensuing fracas, a number of party old fighters and their comely victims had to be rescued from drowning. Goebbels may not have participated in the revelry himself, though Klaus Theobald writes that there was a significant moment in Rauschbach's account where he contests the rights of Goebbels, of all people, to act as moral arbiters, apparently assuming that his meaning is a common knowledge of an internal grapevine. Langer writes that even today, Hitler derives sexual pleasure from looking at men's bodies and associating with homosexuals. He adds that Hitler's personal bodyguard was almost 100% homosexuals. Remember also the fact that Hitler's greatest hero was Frederick the Great, a well-known homosexual. Clearly, Hitler was not anti-homosexual, at least not in his personal lifestyle. Indeed, the evidence of Hitler's apparent preference for homosexuals is so overwhelming that, as have many historians before us, we naturally ask the question, was Hitler a homosexual? The father of white power. Freak, freak, freak. Short answer to the question is probably not. Hitler was certainly not an exclusive homosexual in any case. There are at least 4 women, including his own niece, with whom Hitler had sexual relationships, although these relationships were not normal. Both Waite and Langer write Hitler was listen to this, a coprophile. Let me explain that. Because when Joe Biden becomes president, coprophilia will be made a protected minority class, and you dumbasses voted for it. Coprophilia is a person sexually aroused by human excrement, and suggested that his sexual encounters with women included expressions of this perversion as well as other extremely degrading forms of masochism. It is interesting to note that all 4 women attempted suicide after becoming sexually involved with Hitler. 2 succeeded. One Hitler contemporary, Otto Strasser, writes of an encounter he had with Hitler's nieces, Gailey. The next day, Gailey came to see me. She was red-eyed, her round face was wan, and she had a terrified look of a hunted beast. He locked me up, she sobbed. He locks me up every time I say no. She did not need much questioning. With anger and horror and disgust, she told me the strange propositions of which her uncle pestered her. I knew all about Hitler's abnormality. Like all the others in the know, I had heard about all the eccentric practices to which Fräulein Hoffmann was alleged to have lent herself, but I genuinely believe that the photographer's daughter was a little hysteric who told lies for the sheer fun of it. But Gailey, who was completely ignorant of this other affair of her uncle's, confirmed point by point a story scarcely credible to a healthy-minded man. Langer suggests that Hitler may well have been engaged in homosexual behavior, saying persons suffering from this perversion sometimes do indulge in homosexual practices and the hope that they may find some sexual gratification. Even this perversion would be more acceptable to them than with one with which they are afflicted. His reports, for example, the testimony of Hermann Rauschening, a former Hitler confidant who fled Germany in 1935. Langer writes, Rauschening reports that he's met two boys who claim that they were Hitler's homosexual partners, but their testimony can hardly be taken at face value. More condemning would be the remarks dropped by Albert Forster, the Danzig Gauleiter, in a conversation with Rauschening. Even here, the remarks deal only with Hitler's impotence as far as heterosexual relationships go, without actually implying that he indulges in homosexuality. It is probably true that Hitler calls Forrester booby, which is a common nickname employed by homosexuals in addressing their partners. This alone is not adequate proof that he has actually indulged in homosexual practices with Forster, who is known to be a homosexual. Waite concurs. There's insignificant evidence to warrant the conclusion that Hitler was an overt homosexual, but it seems clear that he had latent homosexual tendencies. It is true that Hitler was closely associated with Ernst Röhm and Rudolf Hess, homosexual, who are among the very few people with whom he used the familiar du, which means thou. But one cannot conclude that he therefore shared his friend's sexual taste. Still, during the months he has with Hess and Landsberg, the relationship must have become very close. When Hitler left the prison, he fretted about his friend who languished there and spoke of him tenderly, using the Austrian diminutive, Ach, mein Rudi, mein Hessel. Isn't it appalling to think that he's still there? One of Hitler's valets, Schneider, made no explicit statements about the relationship, but he did find it strange that whenever Hitler got a present he liked or drew an architectural sketch that particularly pleased him, he would run to Hess, who was known in homosexual circles as Fraulein Anna. As a little boy would run to his mother to show his prize to her. Finally, there is the non-conclusive but interesting fact that one of Hitler's prized possessions is a handwritten love letter which King Ludwig II had written to a manservant. Whew. Okay. I'm going to do some more. According to Ingwer, there exists documentary evidence that Hitler had been a male prostitute in Vienna at the time of his sojourn there from 1907 to 1912, and that he practiced the same calling in Munich from 1912 to 1914, leading credence to the fact that during several of those years, Hitler chose to live in Vienna Flophouse, known to be inhabited by many homosexuals. Rector writes that this young man, Hitler, is often called the Schön Adolf, the handsome Adolf, and that later his looks were also to some extent helpful in gaining big money support from Ernst Röhm's circle of wealthy gay friends. Whether or not Hitler was personally involved in homosexual relationships, the evidence is clear that he knowingly and intentionally surrounded himself with practicing homosexuals from the time he was a teenager. His later public pronouncements against homosexuality never quite fit with the lifelong intimacy, sexual or otherwise, which he maintained with men that he knew and accepted as homosexuals. Those who would suggest that Hitler remained wholly or partly ignorant of the fact that the Nazi Party was filled with homosexuals may themselves be blind to an essential character quality of Hitler. Hitler not only knew that the Nazi Party was a virtual homosexual social club, it seems that that was the way that he wanted it. Finally, in our look at Adolf Hitler, the man, we turn to Samuel Ingwer, a Jew, who fled Germany in 1939 after 20 years of observing Hitler and the Nazis. For the purposes of the present investigation, Hitler is important for what he has represented. When he embarked the German people on the policy that he brought about the world catastrophe. He was a central figure around a number of men grouped themselves in the 1920s onwards in a movement to gain supreme control over the German people. As the moment developed, they were aided and abetted and financially supported as well as politically by the industrial capitalists of the Rhineland, but the initiative did not come from the latter. It came from Hitler as a condottiere of a band of evil men who were united together by the common vice of homosexuality. Y'all got me. Hitler continued to capitalize on the political unrest of the people to build the Nazi organization. The party's public image was greatly enhanced by the recruitment of Hermann Goering, a former World War I fighter ace who was a revered war hero. Goering was probably not a homosexual, although he is said to have been very fond of painting his nails and putting rouge in his cheeks. He joined the party after hearing a speech by Hitler in which he vowed to rebuild Germany's military and crush the Treaty of Versailles. Hitler immediately set him to the task of training the SA as a military organization, an accomplishment that further increased the Nazi power. I'm going to skip this. Well, no. Let me plow forward. Oh, there's some pictures in here. Okay, great. Whew. By the fall of 1922, Hitler became a symbol of renewed German nationalism to many in Germany, although the average German had little knowledge of Hitler's personal life or the lives of the Nazi leaders. At this point, Hitler believed that he would ultimately assume power in Germany through military strength and was not terribly concerned with portraying an image of morality. The party newspaper, writes Erich Kolek, explained that Hitler wanted to organize a movement on a military basis to achieve power, and that if it was necessary, he would lead an uprising to renounce the Versailles Treaty. However, his attempt to implement this plan and the infamous beer hall putsch proved so disastrous that Hitler was forced to develop a different strategy. On November 8th, 1923, Hitler attempted to take advantage of political turmoil and seize control of the government of Bavaria. This ill-fated maneuver, later dubbed the beer hall putsch, not only failed militarily, it put Hitler in prison for 9 months, thus nearly ending the party. When he was finally released from the Landsberg prison on December 20th, 1924, he announced that after the Nazi Party would seek power through legitimate political means, which meant competing for the seats in the German parliament. This decision put the actions and goals of the party to the test of public opinion. Immediately, Hitler was confronted with his challenge. Schreier describes the internal condition of the party. In those years when Hitler was shaping his party to take over Germany's destiny, he had his fill of troubles with his chief lieutenants who consistently quarreled, not only among themselves, but with him. He, who was so monumentally intolerant by his very nature, was strangely tolerant of one human condition, a man's morals. No other party in Germany came near to attracting so many shady characters, pimps, murderers, homosexuals. Hitler did not care as long as they were useful to him. When he emerged from prison, he found not only that they were at each other's throats, but there was a demand for more prim and respectable leaders such as Rosenberg and Ludendorff, and that the criminals, especially the perverts, be expelled from the movement. This Hitler frankly refused to do. By the next election, however, Hitler learned that the public opinion was not with him in the matter of homosexuality, despite Germany's international reputation as a haven for homosexuals. Incriminating letters, which had been stolen from Rome by a male prostitute, were leaked to the Social Democrat newspapers, severely hurting the Nazi election bid. This, of course, exacerbated the conflict between Hitler's lieutenants and led Hitler to initialize his first in a series of public relations efforts to hide Nazi perversions from the German people. The greater part of these conflicts, interestingly, were between the homosexuals themselves, who, according to Schreier, quarreled and feuded as only men of unnatural sexual inclinations with their particular jealousies can. By 1926, the charges and countercharges hurled by the Nazi chieftains at one another became so embarrassing that Hitler set up a party court to settle them and prevent his comrades from washing their dirty linen in public. This was known as the USCHLA, the Committee for the Investigation and Settlement. Its first head was a former General Heinemann, but he was unable to grasp the real purpose of the court, and which was not to pronounce judgment on the accused of common crimes, but to hush them up and see that they did not disturb party discipline or the authority of the leader. So the general was replaced by Major Walter Butch, who was given two assistants. One was Ulrich Graf, a former butcher who had been Hitler's bodyguard, and the other Hans Frank, a young Nazi lawyer. This fine judicial triumvirate performed to the complete satisfaction of the Fuhrer. A party leader might be accused of the most nefarious crime. Butcher's answer was, well, what of it? Obviously assigning Graf and Frank to the intra-party court in itself made it a sham, at least in regards to homosexual crimes, since both were homosexuals. Walther may have been one himself. The only purpose of this and later efforts ostensibly designed to address the sexual perversion among the Nazis was to hide the truth from the public. Here is the root of the Nazi anti-homosexual policies. So the pink triangle stuff is a damn lie. As the Nazi power grew, Hitler became increasingly dependent on the support of the German population. And understandably enough, the German people were at the same time growing increasingly disgusted with the debaucheries taking place in German cities. This twofold influence on Hitler led him to take an ever more hard-line public stance against homosexuality in order to cover up the truth about the party. The severity of his public reactions to each new scandal, especially the later ones, mitigated the impact of rumors which constantly circulated in German society about Nazi leaders. Hitler's strategy regarding all moral issues was to craft his rhetoric carefully in order not to offend the sensibilities of the people. Röhm, of course, presented a particularly difficult problem for the Nazis because of his militant support for what we know today as gay rights. His SA men began to be referred to by the anti-Nazis as the Brown Fairies. Shortly after Röhm's exposure in the German press, he fled Germany to take a post in the Bolivian army for several years until things settled down. It is unclear whether he made this move in response to a personal sense of disgrace about publicizing his pederastic activities, or whether Hitler had to convince him to get out of the public eye for the good of the party. In any case, Röhm's absence was only temporary. Plant writes, in the 1929 squabble threatened to tear the SA apart, a rebel group under Captain Walter Stennis had started a mutiny. Stennis taunted Röhm's stalwarts at a rally, dismissing them as sissies and frilly underwear who couldn't order their boys around. As the rebellion grew more serious, Hitler ordered his old friend to return to Germany. Röhm did not hesitate to heed his Führer's call, and his armed squads quickly and ruthlessly suppressed the mutineers. While Röhm was away, the Nazis had been fairly successful at keeping their perversions out of sight. Most of the Nazis remained in the closet, or at least out of the situations that their political allies could use against them. This, of course, changed when Röhm returned. Once again, stories of Röhm's exploits were passed along the grapevine. It would be old news, however, that would hurt the Nazis again when Röhm's damaging letters were published once more by the newspapers belonging to the Social Democrats. These, along with the articles on the homosexual practice of the subordinate SA leaders, were published on the occasion of Röhm's appointment to the head of the SA. Social Democrats and Communists write, Osterhuus and Kennedy, suggest in their newspapers that nepotism and abuse of power in the SA and the Hitler Youth had contributed to making homosexuality an essential characteristic of the fascist system. They were, of course, absolutely correct. Hitler, confronted with this threat to the Nazi image, responded with the dual strategy. He first offered to limit the defense of Röhm, saying his private life cannot be an object of scrutiny unless it conflicts with the basic principles of the National Socialist ideology. Hitler also attempted to draw a distinction between the party and the SA by portraying Röhm's proclivities as an aspect of military society. The SA is not an institute for the moral education of genteel young ladies, said Hitler, but a formation of seasoned fighters. The implication seems to have been that homosexuality was an old quirk of military life that should be overlooked in light of the value of these soldiers' missions and experience. Moreover, he promised expulsion of the party for continued tongue-wagging and letter-writing. Secondly, Hitler strengthened his rhetoric against homosexuality in German society at large, and an article that appeared in an official German newspaper in 1930 went so far as to threaten homosexuals with extermination. Once again, this was purely theatrical. Adolf Brand, whose openly homosexual magazine Der Eigen was by this time widely read in Germany, responded to the Nazi article with two of his own. Brandt writes, "Men such as Captain Röhm are, to our knowledge, not a rarity at all in the National Socialist Party. It rather teems with homosexuals of all kinds, and the joy of men in men, which has been slandered in their newspapers so often as an Oriental vice, although the Edda frankly extols the highest value of the Teuton. The blossoms around the campfires is cultivated and fostered by them, and a way done in no other male union that is reared in party politics. The threatened hanging on the gallows, with which they allege they want to exterminate homosexuals, is therefore only a horrible gesture that is supposed to make stupid people believe that the Hitler people, in the matter of male-to-male inclinations, are as innocent, all are as innocent as pigeons and pure as angels. Just as the pious members of the Christian Society of the Virgin, the public threat against homosexuals has, in the meantime, not frightened any youth friend or man friend into deserting the party. One knows perfectly well all the public threats are only paper mask." Despite Brandt's protestation, Hitler's ruse was quite successful in the regard of the Nazis' political fortunes. The party fared well in the elections of 1932, and on January 30th, 1933, Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany. Not everyone in Germany, however, was pleased with Hitler's ascension to power. Former Chancellor Kurt von Schleicher gave a voice that interfered, that foreshadowed his own death. "This pack of scoundrels, these criminals, these filthy boy streetwalkers, well, they better not come near me." Schleicher was later killed in Munich by Hitler's murder gang during the Röhm Purge, the night of the Long Knives. Oh my, we got through a chapter. Oh my, let me see how much further I'm going to go. I think I can do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to go to, I'm going to do a little bit more. I'm going to do some more of this. I just want you to, y'all enjoying this? Y'all need to send me a piece. Okay. The persecution of the homosexuals. This is the big scam that you've been told, that Hitler and them were burning books and all this stuff. Y'all been lied to. Y'all been lied to. Y'all been lied to. Now I'm gonna read some more. The persecution of homosexuals. The homosexualist revisionists, these are the lying LGBTQ people who run everything in America now, assert that Hitler's ascension to the chancellorship marked the beginning of homosexual persecution in Germany. The homosexual Holocaust in Germany. For example, Plant writes, Plant is the person that wrote the Pink Triangle. This book here is to dismiss Plant. For example, Plant writes, after years of frustration, Hitler's stormtroopers now had the opportunity to smash their enemies, the lame, the mute, the feeble-minded, the epileptic, the homosexual, the Jew, the gypsy, the communist. These were the scapegoats singled out for persecution. These were the contragenics, who were to be ruthlessly eliminated to ensure the purity of the Aryan race. Rector, another revisionist, makes a similar statement. Hitler's homophobia did not surface until 1933-1934, when gays had come to affect adversely his New Order designs, out of which grew the simple solution of murdering them in mass. The fact is that homosexuals were never murdered in mass or ruthlessly eliminated in Germany. Yet many homosexuals were persecuted, and some did die in Nazi work camps. What is the truth about the Nazi persecution of homosexuals? There were several incidents in Nazi history which are often cited as evidence of their persecution of homosexuals. This list includes a series of harsh public pronouncements and policies against homosexuality by Hitler and Himmler. The sacking of the Sex Research Institute in Berlin, the Röhm Purge, also known as the Night of the Long Knives, and the internment of homosexuals in work camps. We will look at each of these incidents in turn. The law against homosexual conduct had existed in Germany for years prior to the Nazi regime as paragraph 175 of the Reich Criminal Code, to wit, a male who indulges in criminally indecent activity with another male or who allows himself to participate in such activity will be punished with imprisonment. When Hitler came to power, he used this law as a means of tracking down and punishing those homosexuals, in the words of one victim, had defended the Weimar Republic and had tried to forestall the Nazi threat. So they punished the gays that weren't for them, not all gays in general. This is a lie that you're being told. Later, he expanded the law and used it as a convenient tool to detain other enemies of the regime. In February 1933, Hitler banned pornography, homosexual bars, bathhouses, and groups that promoted gay rights. Ostensibly, this decree was a blanket condemnation of all homosexual activity in Germany, but the practice, it served as just another reason to find and destroy anti-Nazi groups and individuals. Hitler admits Oosterhuis and Kennedy employed the charge of homosexuality primarily as a means to eliminate political opponents, both inside his party and out. The masculine homosexuals of the Nazi leadership selectively enforced this policy only against their enemies and not against all homosexuals. Rector Leon's credence to this notion cited the fact that the decree was not enforced in all cases, another indication that the pro-Nazi Society for Human Rights continued to participate in German society for several years after the decree. In The Racial State, Michael Burley and Wolfgang Wipperman remind us that Röhm was a leading member of the SHR, the Society for Human Rights. As we know from Anthony Reid and David Fisher, that the SHR was still active in Germany as late as 1940. Furthermore, Oosterhuis and Kennedy write that although he was a well-known gay activist, Brand was not arrested by the Nazis. Some of Brand's files were confiscated by the Nazis in their attempt to gather all potentially incriminating evidence. In 1935, paragraph 175 was amended with paragraph 175A, which criminalized any type of behavior that could be construed as indicating a homosexual inclination or desire. Interestingly, the new criminal code addressing homosexuality deleted the word unnatural from the definition. This new law provided Nazis with an especially potent weapon against their enemies. It will never be known how many non-homosexuals were charged under this law, but it's indisputable that the Nazis used false accusations of homosexuality to justify the detainment and imprisonment of many of their opponents. The law was so loosely formulated, writes Steakley, that it could be and was applied against homosexuals that the Nazis wanted to eliminate. The law was also used repeatedly against Catholic clergymen. Kogan writes that Gestapo readily had a recourse to the charge of homosexuality if it was unable to find any pretext for proceeding against Catholic priests or irksome critics. The charge of homosexuality was convenient for the Nazis to use against their political enemies because it was so difficult to defend against and so easy to justify to the populace. Since long before the Nazis, homosexuals generally lived in clandestine lives, so it was not unusual for revelations of their conduct to come as a surprise to their communities when it became a police matter. This is not to say that actual homosexuals were not persecuted under the law. Many were, but the law was used selectively against the femmes. These are the weak, effeminate ones. Even in this case, many effeminate homosexuals, especially those in the arts community, were given protection by certain Nazi leaders. Plant writes, the most famous example is that of actor Gustav Gründgens. Despite the fact his homosexual affairs were notorious as those of Röhm's, Göring appointed him as director of the State Theater. Himmler advised that the actors and other artists could be arrested for offenses against paragraph 175 only with his personal consent unless the police caught them in flagrant. In other words, if we like you, unless they catch you, somebody's thing in your mouth, you are right. It's a lie that homosexuals were persecuted like blacks and Jews and others in Germany. It's not true. This is another way that the rainbow people are trying to grab off and take something from us to give to themselves. The Hitler Youth offers more examples which expose the meaninglessness of the Nazis' harsh rhetoric against homosexuals. We've already noted Kofel's observation that Hitler mitigated his penalties privately and tried to keep every incident of homosexual molestation of the Hitler Youth boys by the SS as secret as possible. That means that they were raping all these boys you see marching around with the drums. That's white power. Get yourself some. Okay. So they're raping these kids and they're forced to be in this. Wow. Sounds like something Warnock would like. Kell goes on to cite the record of the RJF, the Security Division of the Hitler Youth Administration. During the first 6 months of 1940, writes Kell, there were 10,958 crimes committed by Hitler Youth. The most common were theft, with theft, which is 5,985, and homosexuality, 901. When he compared the number of homosexual offenses to the list of expulsions from the organization, an absurdly mild punishment for the supposed capital crime, Cole found a low rate of expulsion for homosexuality. Since the RGF report listed 900 cases of homosexual crimes during the 6-month period alone, only a third of the number were expelled during a 25-month period by the court action. It suggests that the RJF was more hesitant to uphold Article 175 of the Criminal Code than its official propaganda would have the public believe. One young delinquent with a record of minor theft for which he spent 8 weeks in jail was not expelled from the Hitler Youth. In September 1940, officials surprised him with several prison workers with a wild homosexual orgy in broad daylight. Oh my God. The officials surprised him and several prison workers in a wild homosexual orgy in broad daylight on a roadside. With sensational evidence like this in hand, the leader then sought to have the culprit expelled from the Hitler Youth. But it took some time before this occurred, suggesting that the enforcement of Article 175 was lax. The increasing indifference of the Hitler Youth officials towards homosexuality was an attitude reflected by the larger society as well. In 1937, Reich, Minister of the Interior, issued a change of policy regarding paragraph 175. The new ruling, only a 4-time repeat offenders could be jailed or sent to camps for homosexual offenses. You had to get busted time and time again before they do something. This was reaffirmed by Himmler in 1940. There's one additional reason why the Nazis arrested homosexuals and raided even their homes of their supporters. They were looking for incriminating evidence against themselves. The Nazi leaders' blackmail of homosexuals by estranged partners and prostitutes was a simple fact of life in Germany. Homosexuals were particularly vulnerable to blackmailers known as chanteurs on the homosexual scene. Write Burley and Whipperman. Blackmail and other threats of public exposure resulted in frequent suicides or suicide attempts. The Nazi leaders were quite familiar with the phenomenon. Engel reports that Heinrich Hoffmann, the official Nazi photographer, gained his position by using information about Hitler's perverse abuse of his daughter, Henny, to blackmail the future Führer. Henny Hoffmann was later married to a reputed homosexual, Baldur von Schirach, probably to quell rumors about his exploit with the Hitler Youth boys. Haydn relates another story in which Hitler bought an entire collection of rare political writings to regain possession of a letter to his niece in which he openly reveals his masochistic Copperfield inclination. There's a letter in which Hitler writes about liking doo-doo. This is the father of white power. This is who these people listen. This is who they see as their Jesus. A freaky white dude who likes doo-doo. And you don't want to have guns. Once he had the power, he had another way to solve these kinds of problems. The Nazis' hunt for incriminating evidence as well as selectivity of Nazi violence was the obvious attack on Magnus Hirschfeld's Sex Research Institute on May 6, 1933. Noted previously, the Sex Research Institute of Berlin had been founded by Hirschfeld. This is a very famous Jewish homosexual who traveled to Chicago to have sex with black street prostitutes. Just want to tell you that. Hirschfeld, 1990, is the center of the study of homosexuality and other sexual dysfunctions. For all intents and purposes, it served as the headquarters for the effeminate branch of the German gay rights movement. For this reason alone, the butch homosexuals of the Nazi Party might have destroyed the Institute. Indeed, throughout the preceding years, the Nazis had increasingly harassed Hirschfeld personally. Victor Robinson, Hirschfeld's biographer, wrote in 1936, although the Nazis themselves derived a great profit from Hirschfeld's theories and called upon him personally for help, they continued his persecution relentlessly and terrorized his meetings and closed his lecture halls so that for the safety of his audiences and himself, Hirschfeld was no longer able to make public appearances. Homosexualist James Steeke acknowledges the butch femme aspect of the incident, saying that some German homosexuals could conceivably have approved of the measure, particularly if they were Nazi sympathizers or male supremacists. However, the attack against the Institute was not motivated solely by the Nazis' enmity against effeminate homosexuals. It was an attempt to cover up the truth about the rampant homosexuality and other perversions in the Nazi Party. Sklar writes that Hitler attempted to bury all of his earlier influences and his origin. He spent a great deal of energy hiding them. In his campaign to erase his past, Hitler ordered the murder of Rudolf Hanisch, a friend who had shared his down-and-out days in Vienna, where Hitler suspected of having been a homosexual prostitute. Hitler's also known Hirschfeld's facility had extensive records that could be damaging to himself and his inner circle. This was the reason for the raids, according to Ludwig van Lentz, an assistant director of the Sex Research Institute, who was in charge on the day of the raid. His description of the situation, part of which was quoted previously, is given in full here. Our institute was used by all classes of the population and members of every political party. We thus had a great many Nazis under treatment at the institute. Why was it then, since we were completely non-party, that our purely scientific institute was the first victim which fell to the new regime? The answer to this is simple. We knew too much. It would be against medical principles to provide a list of Nazi leaders to their perversions, but not 10% of the men who, in 1933, took the fate of Germany into their hands were sexually normal. Many of these personages were known to us directly through consultations. We had heard about others from their comrades in the party. And of others, we saw tragic results. I refer here especially to a young girl whose abdomen had been covered with pen scratchings through the sadism of an eminent Nuremberg Nazi. I also refer to the 13-year-old boy who suffered from a serious lesion of the anal muscle brought about by a senior party official in Breslau and a youth from Berlin with severe rectal gonorrhea. Our knowledge of such intimate secrets regarding the members of the Nazi parties and other documentary material, we possessed about 40,000 confessions and biographical letters, which was the cause of the complete, utter destruction of the Institute of Sexology. They didn't burn the books because they were written by non-Germans. They were burning their gay dossiers. You've been lied to. Same way this Pizzagate and Pedagate and all this stuff is covered up. Epstein, all of this, it's the same people here. Same shit. They're deviants, racists, eugenicists. Burley and Whipperman report that the ransackers had lists of materials that they were looking for and that they carted out 2 truckloads of books and files. The materials were taken from the Institute and burned in a public ceremony captured on film on May 10th. Has nothing to do with Jews. It's hiding the fact that they were queer. The Nazis burnt their queer records. The same way we've got all this secrecy in America to hide all these deviants in power who dog us, can't give a $2,000 check, and they can give trillions to people who already have money. By the way, the film was made on May 10th. What you need to know, they attacked France on May 10th, several years later. The spectacular and oft replayed newsreel of the footage of this event has caused the burning of books to become synonymous with Nazism. What information went up in smoke on that day will never be known, but we can be sure that the pile of burning paper contained many Nazi secrets. According to homosexual sources who were in Germany at the time, the Nazis destroyed 12,000 books and 35,000 photographs. The building itself was confiscated from the SHC and turned over to the Nazi Association of Jurists and Lawyers. The event in history most frequently cited as evidence of Nazi persecution of homosexuals is known as the Bloody Purge, the Night of the Long Lives, and the Röhm Purge. Sticky writes the indisputable beginnings of the Nazi terror against the homosexuals was marked by the murder of Ernst Röhm on June 28, 1934, the Night of the Long Lives. It was on this night, actually over an entire weekend, that Adolf Hitler's closest aides orchestrated the assassination of hundreds of his closest aides. Hitler's closest aides orchestrated the assassination of hundreds of his political enemies in one bloody sweep. Included in this purge were Röhm and several of the top officers of the SA. We have emphasized that the leadership of the SA was mostly, if not entirely, homosexual. The fact that the SA leaders were the primary targets in the massacre could therefore be construed as a sort of moral cleansing of the Nazi ranks, which in fact Hitler claimed it was, but Hitler lied. The Röhm Purge was driven by political, not moral concerns. Hitler feigned disgust and outrage about the homosexuality of the murdered SA leaders to justify himself to the German people as a tactic he had used previously to allay public suspicions about sexual deviancy of his inner circle. The importance of this fact is asserted in many leading works by both mainstream and homosexualist historians. The following are excerpts from 4 different historians who have examined the issue. Hitler eliminated his closest friends and certain SA leaders as potential rivals. The strictly political motivation of this ruthless power play was initially too obvious to be entirely denied, but later it was conveniently obscured by charges of homosexual depravity. The formal accusations against Röhm and those arrested with him centered on their homosexual activities, which Hitler, of course, had known about for 15 years and had shrugged off. It's being alleged that these activities disgraced the party. For those victims without any homosexual background, the Great Purge continued all over Germany as German leaders got rid of all their most hated enemies as well as inevitable mistakes. Ernst Röhm wasn't shot because the Nazi party felt outraged by the abrupt discovery that he was having his stormtroopers that had been known for ages, but because of his sway over the SA had become a menace to Hitler. In the Hitler Youth, the dear love of comrades was eventually turned into a political end, and if the Nazi hierarchy was well larded with homosexuals, so was William II's court, and so was the Weimar Republic. Hitler himself, of course, had been well aware of Röhm's sexual orientation from the earliest days of their long association. So strong was Röhm that the Wehrmacht, the German Army High Command, was so concerned he might seize control of the army. In 1934, Hitler became fearful that the Wehrmacht was plotting a coup against him to prevent such a takeover. To forestall the danger, Hitler and Röhm had about 1,000 other men murdered on one weekend of June 1934, the famous Night of the Long Knives. There is some dispute among historians about whether Röhm had planned a coup against Hitler after Hitler's refusal to replace the regular army with Röhm's troops. This takeover of the army was apparently had been part of the Nazis' original plan for the maximization of their political strength. Upon the appointment as chancellor, Hitler was confronted with new and different challenges which required new and different alliances. For some time, it appeared Hitler would remain true to his pact with Röhm. From the time Hitler assumed control of the German government in January 1933 until the spring of 1934, he allowed the SA to grow from 300,000 to over 3 million members. During this period of rapid growth, Röhm's rivals within the Nazi inner circle grew increasingly alarmed, as did the powerful industrialist and military leaders. Tension between the SA and the army increased. General Walter von Brauchitsch, speaking for the majority of his fellow officers, said that gang of homosexual thugs and drunks should not be allowed to be part of German rearmament. For their part, the SA targeted regular army soldiers singing, "The gray rock will soon be drowned in a sea of brown," meaning the gray uniform army would be swallowed up by the brown shirts. Strasser writes, at a meeting of the cabinet to which he belonged, Röhm demanded the incorporation of the brown shirts into the regular army, the brown shirt officers to retain their ranks. In other words, he demanded supreme command of the Reichswehr, the SA, and the SS. He confidently believed that he had Hitler's support, but Hitler remained silent. Blumberg, the Minister of the National Defense, suddenly declared that the only open course to President Hindenburg would be to refuse outright. The discussion is closed. Hitler then said, without daring to look his old friend in the face, Röhm, speechless with fury, walked away from the room. On June 30th, General von Reichenau declared in an interview with Petit Journal, Röhm's death sentence was virtually signed that day. As the conflict came to the head, the SA conspirators created a hit list of army officers who were to be killed. The allegedly selected Standardführer Julius Uhl to assassinate Hitler himself. It may be, however, these allegations were invented as part of the fallback rationale for the purge. It is well known that Hitler, Göring, and Himmler's deputy Reinhard Heydrich had worked behind the scenes to limit Röhm's power, and it had been reported by some sources that they generated rumors of a Röhm plot to drive a wedge between Röhm and Hitler. In any case, the Röhm purge was not motivated by homosexuality of its victims. The majority of the victims were not homosexuals at all. Otto Strasser, whose brother Gregor was murdered that night, the list of some casualties in Hitler and I. Klausner and others, several Catholic leaders were executed, as well as the Vice Chancellor von Pappen's secretaries. At Hirschberg in Silesia, all Jews, all members of the Stahlhelm, and a few communists were arrested. Beaten with rifle butts, 8 people were murdered. Von Kahr, an old man of 63, was taken from his bed, taken to Dachau, and tortured to death. His crime had been his failure to support the Munich Putsch in 1923. Ballerstadt, who had been instrumental in Hitler's sentence to 3 months in imprisonment, was murdered by a special killer squad, and the death penalty paid by the Father Stempfel for having edited Mein Kampf and therefore being familiar with the author's weaknesses. Inga provides us with a long and detailed list of the power struggle that led to the purge, beginning a refutation of the idea that represented the policy of the extermination of homosexuals. We shall find that far from eliminating sex perverts from the party, Hitler retained most of them, and he moved against those whom he did not eliminate only with the greatest reluctance after he had been relentlessly pushed by the outside forces and circumstances. On June 14th and 15th, Hitler was in Venice to see Mussolini. It soon became common knowledge that the German dictator and his entourage had made an unfavorable impression upon the Italians. Mussolini, never stickler for Puritan morality, to say the least, but there was one vice that the Italians particularly loathed. They call it el vizio tedesco, the German vice. The conduct of some members of Hitler's entourage at Venice disgusted the Italians. Mussolini protested against the moral character and political unreliability of the leading personnel in the Nazi stormtroops and warned Hitler that he would have to sacrifice his favorite colleagues if he wished to save his own personal prestige and that of his regime. Among those colleagues, Röhm, Heinz, Karl Ernst were mentioned. What chagrined Hitler the most was that he knew Mussolini had been prompted by German President Hindenburg. On June 21st, Hitler went to Neudeck, Hindenburg's county seat, and he was literally dumbfounded when he confronted on the steps of the Hindenburg family home by General Blomberg and Göring, both in uniform. They informed him that the president would not receive the chancellor, and that if the heads of the SA were not dismissed, martial law would be declared. Whereupon Göring would take over the civilian control of the police, and Blomberg, as Minister of War, would take over the military. Hitler was still recalcitrant and conceived the idea of rallying the stormtroopers around him as a gesture of defiance against those gentlemen of the right. But an event occurred which led Hitler to change his plan. He was summoned to Krupp's headquarters. There he received Göring and the heads of the Krupp firm and other industrialists. They delivered their ultimatum. Either Hitler would get rid of his companions, or the Göring-Krupp-Blomberg combination would withdraw their support for the regime. Hitler accepted the alternative, but in his own way. He would double-cross Röhm, but he would also double-cross his taskmasters on the right. He would eliminate a few of the elements that had proved objectionable to the right, but he would maintain the bulk of them. Besides, he would take the opportunity of the general massacre to remove against those who he had a grievance. General Schreiber, General Bredlau, Gregor Strasser, etc. Let me know when y'all want me to stop. Let me see. I want to just get a little further. Okay. I think if I can get to... If I can just get... I'm going to try to read this more of this. Let me keep going. The Röhm Purge, then, was not a moral cleansing of the Nazi right, but a realignment of power behind the German government, which was primarily forced upon Hitler by powerful political elements whose support he needed to maintain control. Ingrid goes on to point out, not only did the majority of the SA homosexuals survive the purge, but the massacre was largely implemented by homosexuals. He cites Strasser that the chief killers in Munich were Wagner, Esser, Maurice, Weber, and Butch. All these men were known to be sex perverts or sexual maniacs of one type or another, concludes Ingrid. Y'all see this picture? You really think that they were mad? They don't look mad to me. They look happy. Let me keep reading. Records of the larger campaign of assassinations across Germany were orchestrated by Reinhard Heydrich, also homosexual. A vicious-ass man, too. Ingrid addresses Hitler's justification of the purge. In his defense before the Reichstag a week later, Hitler talked of traitors. That was his alibi in his speech to the Reichstag. He admitted one of his motives for ordering the massacre was to get rid of the moral perverts in his party and that they were traitors because they practiced homosexualism. But under the dictatorship, it was not possible for anyone to put Hitler a question. Nobody asked him to explain how it was. If his purpose was to get rid of homosexuals, he really didn't rid himself, but used them as instruments of his own murder lust and still retained them as members of his personal entourage, as well as key positions of the party organizations and the government. Otto Strauss, in his book, The German Bartholomew Night, mentions 16 of these highly placed homosexualist officials who survived the massacres of June 30 and retained their posts. Following the purge, Hitler received a telegram from Hindenburg expressing his fondness, felt gratitude. You have saved the German people from grave peril, the president wired. Likewise, the defense minister von Blomberg congratulated Hitler for the successful completion of the purge. The army, too, was pleased by Hitler's move. Only 1 week after the purge, anti-Nazi Reichswehr officers told the French military attaché in Berlin that the army was 25% pro-Nazi before the purge, 95% pro-Nazi after the purge. However, as we've demonstrated, homosexuality was not the reason for the Röhm Purge. As we look at other evidence, we find that Himmler's practice regarding homosexuals was far different from what his rhetoric would imply. Once again, we must consider Friedlander's distinction between the butches and the femmes. He, together with the masculine homosexuals of the community of the special, called the effeminate homosexuals degenerates. Clearly, in his speech, Himmler rhetorically lumped the masculine Röhm with all the homosexuals. It's probable that the distinction would have been lost on his particular audience anyway. Himmler may have also been a homosexual. Filmmaker Walter Franz, who had worked closely with the Nazi elite including a stint as Hitler's private filmmaker, is reported to have traveled to the Eastern Front with Himmler, whose pederastic proclivities he captured on film. Himmler, like Hitler, was closely associated with homosexuals during his entire adult life. His path to Nazi leadership, however, was not like so many others through the German gay rights movement. It was instead through the occult movement, and his Nazi career was defined by his passion for the occult. We have seen how Himmler was profoundly influenced by Guido von List and Georg Lindell von Liebenfeld, the homosexual gurus of the nationalistic and anti-Semitic occultism. It was List's dream of a hierarchical male supremacist order, which formed the blueprint for the SS. It was from the List that Himmler appropriated the SS symbol. From Lance, Himmler adopted such other cult themes. Woodrich writes, for him the SS was one and at the same time the resurrection of the ancient order of the Teutonic Knights, with himself as the Grand Master, breeding a new Herrenvolk aristocracy based on the traditional values of obedience, courage, and loyalty, and a vast experiment in modern racial engineering. I want to remind you that the Teutonic Knights were queer. Lentz originated both the revival of the Teutonic Knights theme and the plans for the German racial engineering. The latter idea manifested itself in Germany in 1936 as a state-registered human stud farm, known as a Lebensborn, meaning the fountain of life, where young girls selected for their perfect Nordic traits could procreate with SS men. Not love, but screw, where women are like animals, not like women that are loved, but bred with. The whole Greek thing. The Germans are pushing this filth that women are just to be pumped up, not loved. Okay, poker, spray the sperm and keep it moving. This is exactly the same thing that the Greeks are talking about. This is very consistent. This is not. I mean, this is the book. I'm here on page 113. I'm going to try to read about 30, 40 more pages. I'm going to stop. I just wanted to do this. Wow, look at this, the Teutonic Knights. The latter idea manifests itself. Okay, let me skip down. Look at this. Where the young girls were selected for their perfect Nordic traits could be procreate with SS men. By 1945, over 11,000 births had resulted from the program, which Himmler was later to claim his greatest contribution to the right. But the plan, down to some details, must be attributed to Lance. Goodrich, Clark write, similarity between Lance's proposal and the later practice of Himmler's SS Lebensborn maternity organization indicate the survival of the mental reflexes over a generation. Lance's advocacy of brood mothers and eugenic converts served by pure-blooded Aryan stud males was revived in the Third Reich. Himmler's opposition to homosexuality was directly proportional to the attitudes of the homosexuals about procreation. For him, the individual's highest duty of the state was the improvement of the race through proper breeding. Himmler was obsessed with creating a class of supermen. But in his view, some of the most perfect specimens of the Aryan manhood were being lost to this effort due to homosexuality. Himmler felt this loss more keenly in light of the fact that Germany had lost 2,000 men in World War I. He also believed that there were 2 million homosexuals in the population. That's 2 million out of 65 million. That's 1 in every 32 and a half people. That's a good number. That's a big ass number. Woo, Jesus, Germany. No wonder the women be jumping on the brothers over there. It's not my fault. Okay, let me get down. This meant, write Burley and Whipperman, that Germany's sexual balance sheet had gone into deficit because 4 million men capable of sex had either died or had renounced their duty to procreate on account of their sexual proclivities. Hitler's solution to this problem was, logically enough, not extermination of delinquent males. Instead, he placed a great hope on the use of medical treatments to reclaim homosexuals for the race. One experiment involved implanting artificial glands in homosexual subjects to introduce additional male hormones to the body. Other efforts paired homosexual prisoners with female prostitutes. While the idea of forced medical experiments is abhorrent, the fact that Himmler invested time and resources in such projects shows he had a very different view of homosexuals than of other prisoners, even those effeminate homosexuals who were held in such contempt by the Nazi butchers. Himmler was determined to rehabilitate rather than dispose of them. Himmler began his Nazi career as an aide to Ernst Röhm, a fact which clearly refutes the idea that he was a priggish anti-homosexual zealot. On the contrary, Himmler's service to Röhm was not performed grudgingly. Himmler voluntarily wrote his own oath of loyalty to Röhm and repeated it ceremoniously each year in Röhm's presence. Gallo records a portion of the letter written to Röhm by Himmler. As a soldier and a friend, I wish you all you can desire in obedience and loyalty. It has been and always will be my greatest pride to be counted among your most faithful followers. Obviously, Himmler's attitude changed considerably by the time he helped to orchestrate the Röhm purge, but for many years he had been pleased to serve the most brazen and outspoken homosexual in the Nazi Party. As long as a man performed his procreative duties to the state, Himmler had no problems with his other sexual practices. This attitude is easily recognized in the case of his second-in-command, Reinhard Heydrich, whose own contribution to the Third Reich deserves special attention. Oh, this guy was a monster. I can't wait to read this one. Let me keep going. And an organization which exemplified evil, Reinhard Heydrich was considered the quintessential member. Tall, slim, blonde-haired with slanting, deep-set blue eyes, writes Weisstrick. Heydrich was with his military bearing and ice-cool hardness, seemed to epitomize the Nordic Aryan man type of Nazi mythology. Himmler selected Heydrich as his right-hand man in 1931, and with a few short years, he was feared by everyone but Hitler himself. Weisstrick describes him well: ruthless, cold, calculating, without any compunction of carrying out the most inhumane measures. Heydrich made himself indispensable to the masters of the Third Reich. His cynicism and contempt for human beings led him to exploit the basest instincts and weaving his gigantic spiderweb of police surveillance in the Third Reich. He filed extensive dossiers not only on the enemies of the party, but also his rivals and colleagues. The blonde beast, who controlled the Seoul Intelligence Service after 1935, specialized in devious methods of blackmail alongside weapons of open terror and persecution. His hands was most probably in the Tukhachevsky affair, which led to the purge of the Red Army generals in the Soviet Union, and he fabricated the scandalous intrigue that brought down the leading German general von Blumberg and von Frisch. He masterminded the mock attack on the Gleiwitz radio transmitter, which provided Hitler's excuse for invading Poland. But the most satanic consequence was the accumulation of power revealed in the implementation of the order, the wholesale extermination of European Jewry. This is a vicious man. I'm almost done with this chapter. Y'all want me to keep going? Because I can keep this going. I'm on 116. I want to get to about 150. Hold on 1 second. I need to do one break. Give me 1 second. I need to do something. Okay. Wow. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Y'all ready? I am. Whew. Like many of the Nazis, Heydrich had been a member of the Free Corps and was strongly influenced in his early years by the racial fanaticism of the Volkshuss circles. Heydrich also shared the sexual vice that marked Hitler's circle of power. Heydrich's career was guided and dominated by his relationship with an older homosexual friend, Friedrich Karl von Eberstein, the son of Count Ernst von Eberstein, Heydrich's godfather. Friedrich von Eberstein was Heydrich's senior by 10 years and had served in the Navy during World War I. More importantly, von Eberstein was one of the original Nazi leaders of the SA and a personal friend of Adolf Hitler. While von Eberstein had been instrumental in helping Heydrich obtain a commission in the Navy, he was also the reason that Heydrich was relieved of his post in 1931 by Admiral Raeder. Raeder had dismissed him for conduct unbecoming of an officer and a gentleman. After he learned of the homosexual relationship between Heydrich and von Eberstein, immediately von Eberstein moved to procure Heydrich a place in the Nazi leadership. Historian Callum MacDonald writes, while Heydrich was serving on the naval staff in Kiel, von Eberstein had been a leader of the Nazi Sturmabteilung, or the SA, in Munich and Upper Bavaria. In 1931, however, von Eberstein joined another organization, the Schutzstaffel, or SS. On the recommendation of von Eberstein, now an officer on Himmler's staff, Heydrich became a member of the Nazi Party, his number 544,916 on June 1931. He joined the SA in Hamburg and was soon involved in a bloody street battle against communists and other opponents of the Nazis. He took this step to the understanding that his association with the beer hall brawlers was purely temporary and that von Eberstein would use his influence to secure a speedy transfer to the SS. Later, Hitler began to look for someone capable of organizing the SS intelligence service on a professional basis and was handed Heydrich's file by von Eberstein. Talk about gay networking. Have ass will travel. In 1931, Ernst Röhm was faced with accusations of homosexuality under paragraph 175, and it was Heydrich who came to his defense. Despite this action, or perhaps because of it, Heydrich very soon discovered he had enemies within the party. These men, led by Müller and Eckert, began looking for information to use against them. They uncovered the truth of Heydrich's homosexuality and attempted to blackmail him with it. His enemies, however, would quickly learn that Heydrich was not a man to cross, according to Kalick. Müller and Eckert condemned themselves to death. What he learned about Heydrich's Jewish origins was unimportant compared with the evidence he gathered concerning relations between Heydrich and von Eberstein. Heydrich's adversaries underestimated the danger of what they planned to do. Revealing the true reason for Heydrich's dismissal from the Navy might set off a scandal that would jeopardize Hitler's efforts to increase his support with the Reichswehr. Worried about the effects of such a revelation, the party leadership finally began circulating a story to counteract it. Heydrich had been dismissed from the Navy because he refused to marry a woman after having an affair with her. Heydrich's mentor in the Navy, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, was also alleged to be a homosexual by Heydrich's successor in the position of the chief of the DSDSS, Ernst Kaltenbrunner. Rechters questions his allegations because Kaltenbrunner once said 80% of the Abwehr, the German military intelligence, was sexually perverted and believed it to be the center of every form of vice. This allegation, however, seems quite consistent with what we have come to know about certain segments of the German military, though the specific statements are perhaps exaggerated. Heydrich and Canaris were very close during Heydrich's tenure in the Navy, but Canaris later came to fear the man he had trained in intelligence tactics and kept a dossier on Heydrich's homosexuality as an insurance to protect his own career. Much later, Canaris was discovered to be a leader in the attempt to assassinate Hitler and was executed in Flossenburg concentration camp on April 9, 1945. Heydrich's loyalties to Hitler never wavered. Rechter writes Hitler considered him the ideal Nazi, and Nazi inner circles regarded Heydrich as the likely successor to Hitler, even though Goering was officially slated for the post of Führer. Hitler's support gave Heydrich nearly unlimited power. As Schneider writes, Heydrich could order the immediate arrest and preventative detention. He could send any person to concentration camps at any time. He was an absolute master of life and liberty in the Third Reich. Perhaps the single most infamous incident orchestrated by Heydrich was November 9th, 1938, a pogrom called Kristallnacht, in which hundreds of Jews were killed and synagogues and businesses were destroyed across Germany. And 15 hours, writes Snyder. 100 synagogues were destroyed with fire, 76 were demolished. Bands of Nazis systematically destroyed 7,500 Jewish-owned stores. The pillage and looting went on through the night. The streets were covered with broken glass, hence the name Kristallnacht. Michael Barenbaum, and The World Must Know, adds that 96 Jews were killed and 30,000 were arrested and sent to the camps. Jewish cemeteries, schools, and homes destroyed. As a final insult, Jews were held responsible for the damage and collectively fined 1 billion Reichsmarks. The Nazis characterized this wave of terror as the German people's spontaneous response to the assassination of the German embassy counselor Ernst von Rath. While the spontaneous rioting was actually a calculated act of terrorism, the incident that allegedly sparked it was not planned. Ernst von Rath's murder was a legitimately spontaneous occurrence in which the Nazis exploited to justify an attack on Jews, which they had undoubtedly been planning for some time. Interestingly, however, one element of the story of the assassination of the story of Kristallnacht is homosexuality. Ernst von Rath was a high-level SA officer who had received a diplomatic posting in the German embassy in Paris. While serving there, he had taken up with the 17-year-old male prostitute by the name of Herschel Grenzpan, a Polish Jew. In partial payment for his services, Grenzpan had extracted a promise from von Rath that his parents would be spared the consequences of a recent law that revoked the citizenship of Polish Jews who had been living abroad for more than 5 years and who still retained Polish citizenship. But von Rath apparently failed to keep his promise. Grenzpan's family, along with thousands of others, were herded into camps in a no-man's land along the border of the Zabosin region of Zabosin in freezing weather. In retaliation, Grenzpan shot von Rath on the night of November 7th, 1938. 2 days later, the Nazis staged the Night of the Broken Glass. The Nazis were unable to find Grenzpan until 1940, when he was hunted down and seized by the Gestapo. When at last they had him in their possession, however, they planned a high-profile courtroom prosecution went up in smoke. At the last moment, the trial was canceled on Hitler's order. Grenzpan had threatened to reveal a homosexual relationship with Rath. The Nazis were furious. Van Rath had been sold to the world as an official martyr shot down in the service of the Fuhrer. Even he had been given a state funeral at which Hitler himself had been a mourner. Was he now to be portrayed? Oh my God. Was he to be portrayed to the world press as a queer with a taste for 17-year-old boys? Of course, the Nazis claimed that the confession was a lie, but apparently there must have been enough evidence to support the story, or the prosecutors could have easily disputed it. Instead, they delayed the trial. The delay gave Goebbels time to create a myth about the late Ernst von Rath, and he set about it in a highly ingenious manner. He arranged for the letters of the French prisoners of war to be especially vetted by one of his men who seized the more passionate, erratic letters. The letters were then doctored to make it appear as though they had been written to von Rath by various mistresses with the aim of producing them in court as written evidence of heterosexuality. At one stroke, Goebbels would have created a new Don Juan, a German womanizer irresponsible to French women. Clearly, the Nazis could produce no evidence, legitimate evidence that von Rath was heterosexual. But even their falsified evidence went unused because in the meantime, the Justice Ministry had obtained additional information that made a public trial impossible. A story had been circulated in public that Herschel had in fact been von Rath's male whore and procurer for some time in 1938, and that von Rath had been known and in Parisian homosexual circles as the ambassadress of and the Notre Dame de Paris. Additionally, it was learned that Van Rath's brother had been dismissed from the service for homosexual offenses. Damn, whole families. Sorry. This was too much even for Hitler's propaganda machine to overcome, so the trial was again postponed. Grenziepan's life began and ended in tragedy associated with homosexual perversion. His hometown of Hanover, perhaps not coincidentally the birthplace of Karl Heinrich Ulrich, was the center of homosexuality. There are no fewer than 500 male prostitutes on the police books in 1918, and the chief criminal inspector put the number of homosexuals in the city at about 40,000 out of the total population of 450,000. Grenziepan's neighborhood earned particular notoriety during the early years of Herschel's childhood through the activities of one French hireman known as the Butcher of Hanover, who picked up his victims, mostly adolescent boys, in the railroad stations and took them home. When he finished with them, he strangled them and butchered their corpses and sold the flesh as meat. He was executed in 1925. Jeffrey Dahmer's, y'all. Grenziepan never did go to trial, although he remained in Nazi custody. Interestingly, the organization which came to his aid during this time was the Society for Human Rights, the homosexual rights groups which at once boasted Ernst Röhm as a member and obviously was still operating somewhat openly under the Third Reich. Victor Basch, then the head of the SHR, had pleaded for liberty or judgment in an effort to get him free, but to no avail. After 1942, Grenziepan just disappeared, probably killed secretly by the Gestapo. Kristallnacht, the spontaneous incident which Grenziepan's act had supposedly sparked, has also been described as being defined by homosexuality. As all of Europe struggled to understand the cause for this horror, an answer was offered by the British Consul General R.T. Smallbones. Smallbones was a self-confessed Germanophile who had served in Germany from 1932 to 1939 and had developed a great admiration and respect for the sterling qualities of the people. His opinion, therefore, writes Ingra, rests on first-hand experience of the German people for a long period of years. Smallbone authored a British white paper concerning the treatment of German nationals, including Jews, in Germany, in which the following statement was made. The explanation of the outbreak of the sadistic cruelty may be the sexual perversion, and in particular the homosexuality, are very prevalent in Germany. It seems to me that the mass sexual perversion may offer an explanation for this otherwise inexplicable outbreak. I am convinced that this explanation is the correct one. For as a matter of fact, the widespread existence of sexual perversion in Germany at the time of Hitler, the Hitler movement rose to power, is notorious. And authorities on criminal sociology are agreed that there is a causal connection between mass sexual perversion and the kind of mass atrocities committed by Germans. Let me read that again. And authorities on criminal sociology are agreed that there are causal connections between mass sexual perversion and the kind of mass atrocities committed by Germans. Let's think about America and what's going on here. Heydrich, the man most responsible for this atrocity, met his death in May 1942 at the hands of two Czechoslovakian resistance fighters. A bomb was tossed into his car, shattering his spine. He died on June 4th, 1942. In retaliation, the Germans took savage revenge after the manner of old Teutonic rites for the death of a hero. Over 1,500 people were immediately executed and thousands more followed, including the entire population of Lidice. Lidice massacre was orchestrated by Heydrich's replacement, Kirk Daluge, formerly a unit leader of Rossbach's notorious homosexual Free Corps. Okay. I want to skip this one. I don't want to do 6. I don't want to do that. I want to do something else. I'll do it. I'm going to do chapter 6 and stop, okay? But because this thing is wicked, man. Whew, this is wicked. Okay. Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all want me to do one more? That 122 people? Okay, I'm going to read until this number drops. Homosexuality in the concentration camps. We have now arrived at the most sensitive topics in our discussion of homosexuality in Nazi Germany. Revisionists have attempted to define homosexuals as a class of people who were targeted for extermination by the Nazis. One homosexual group went as far as to stage a high-profile pilgrimage to the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial in Jerusalem in May 1994. They were met by a delegation of Jewish Holocaust survivors who were so overcome with outrage that some of them had to be restrained from physically assaulting the contingent of mostly American political activists. One man cried, "My grandfather was killed for refusing to have sexual relations with the camp commandant. You're desecrating this place." The Jews said no to gay being the new Jew. The only people who've been weak and stupid and degenerate are Black Americans, our sellout church leaders, our crooked, no good civil rights people. They're thugs, they're dogs. We should reject them. No people have accepted the deal that our boule traitor, no good, sellout, coon as fuck Black leadership has accepted this. And I'm not even talking about bothering gay people, but homosexuals from another ethnic group imposing themselves on another people. This is not acceptable. This is what the Democratic Blacks have done. This is what these church preachers have done this. They've auctioned our people's dignity to be the bottom bitches for a movement of wealthy Anglo-American deviants and others. Insane. Let me keep reading. So the Jews said no. Think about this. This is May 1994. So I just want to say, when the Jews refused to let the gays pimp them to move their thing, they switched to us. This is our story, even though it's this book. What's been happening to Black people the last, say, 25 years? They switched from Jews to us. They're doing it to us right now. And the Black church leadership is guilty. No people with dignity. I mean, you can go and look Jewish folks up. They've got gay Jewish organizations, but they would never let their people be defined as that. Y'all want me to keep reading? Let me keep reading. These books are sometimes hard to find. Let me keep reading. Yes, yet we have noted that many homosexuals did in fact die in Nazi concentration camps. We do not diminish the tragedy of any life lost under the Nazi reign of terror. However, we must reject the implication that homosexuals as a class should be given the moral equivalency of the Jewish people and other victims of genocide. There are 5 reasons that we must reject this claim of the revisionist. First, regardless of the Himmler's anti-homosexual rhetoric, homosexuals as class were never targeted for extermination, as their continued role in the Third Reich demonstrates. Second, those homosexuals who died did as a result of mistreatment and disease in slave labor camps, not in gas chambers. Third, though we cannot condone the form of punishment meted out by the Nazis, homosexuality was a legitimate crime of long standing for which individuals were being jailed both before and after the Nazi regime. This is in contrast to the internment of Jewish people whose ethnicity is morally neutral. Fourth, the actual number of homosexuals in camps was a tiny fraction of both the estimated number of homosexuals in Germany and the estimate of the camp population. The camp homosexual population, estimated at 5,000 to 15,000 by Joan Ringelhelm of the U.S. Holocaust Museum, contained an undetermined percentage of non-homosexuals falsely labeled as homosexuals. Homosexuals who died were a small fraction, less than 1% of the homosexuals in Nazi-occupied Europe, as compared to 85% of European Jewry. Fifth and last, many of the guards administrators responsible for the infamous concentration camp atrocities were homosexuals themselves, which negates the idea that homosexuals in general were being persecuted and interned. The Nazi system of concentration camps began in Dachau, but by the fall of the Third Reich, the number of sites which held prisoners in Germany and occupied territories surpassed 10,000. It is not generally known that only 6 of these camps were notorious death camps. In the introduction to Jean-Francois Steiner's Treblinka, Terence Deprez addresses this distinction. The first Nazi camp that was set up soon after Hitler came to power in 1933 were designed as places of detention, as training grounds for the SS. Dachau and Buchenwald were among the most notorious. Although we cannot forget thousands of people perished in these places, we should keep in mind that the camps of this kind were not intended or equipped to be instruments of genocide. However, the Nazi policy of extermination took shape with the Jews as the primary targets. The major killing centers, as they came to be called, began to operate. The great killing centers were 6: Auschwitz, Birkenau, Sobibor, Chelmno, Balzac, Majdanek, and Treblinka. We make this point simply to show how the internment of homosexuals in the concentration camps was not the equivalent of that of Jews and other racial groups that were under Nazi policy targeted for extermination. As terrible as life could be in the work camps, it offered better chances than being herded into gas chambers or shot in front of a mass grave. In addition, an additional point that deserves mention here is that the uniform pattern of brutality for which the camps were known, established as deliberate and calculated policy by the SA under Ernst Röhm in 1933, Hedin writes that the SA, had learned that the will of the imprisoned mass must be broken by the most loathsome cruelty. He later adds, the frightening reports that trickled through the concentration camps, the public began to realize that the Führer's picked troops had organized artificial hells in Dachau. Röhm admitted publicly that these things seemed unbearable to many people, but he saw no reason for stopping them. Though Röhm was soon killed, the system of mass torture and degradation endured. But the beginning of these camps, gays set them up. German gays. Let me keep going. There's an aspect of life in the concentration camps seldom noted by historians, yet yes, is profoundly significant in this discussion. That aspect of the unique status of homosexuals in the camp. For while any prisoner could be chosen as a capo, a slave overseer, none of the other intern groups except homosexuals had counterparts among the Nazi guards and administrators, for example. There were no Jewish guards or administrators. Examples of homosexuality in the concentration camp guards can be found in many personal accounts of the Holocaust survivors. Elie Wiesel, sent to the Buna factory camp in Auschwitz complex, for example, acknowledges in his book Night, at the head of our tent was a German, an assassin's face, fleshy lips, hands like a wolf's paws. He was so fat he could hardly move. Like a leader of the camp, he loved children. Actually, this was not a disinterested affection. There's considerable traffic and young children among homosexuals here, I learned later. Pedophilia. In Treblinka, the narrative account of the Treblinka uprising, Steiner records a history of another Nazi administrator taken from the interview with survivors. Max Balas had a harem of little Jewish boys. He liked them young, no older than 17. Had a kind of parody of the shepherds of Arcadia. Their role was to take care of the camp flock of geese. They were dressed like little princes. Bilas had little barracks built for them that looked like a doll's house. Bilas sought in Treblinka the only satisfaction of his homosexual instincts. You weren't told about the concentration camps. Walter Paller, a German political prisoner interned in Buchenwald concentration camp, also noted the homosexuality of certain guards and the medical block Buchenwald. Paller describes a camp practice of mass beatings and reports on the perverse pleasure of these guards derived from the treatment or the torment of prisoners. And who's pushing bondage? BDSM. It's a big gay thing to torture and beat and put people in cages. They love putting black men in cages, and no one talks about this. This isn't seen as racism when poor black tricks trying to get drug money whore themselves out to white men, are put in cage, beaten, and tortured like what happened in Ed Buckner's house. That's not news. That's not racism. That's not cruelty. And by the way, the traitor black sodomites are silent when black folks are murdered, raped, tortured, or beaten, because sexuality comes first. In the camp, the doctor happened to pass after a mass whooping, and he knew a certain type of homosexual Schauführer. And an SS officer stood at a certain gate, and he arranged a little special entertainment for him, which he called a medical examination. Paula leaves the details of these medical examinations to our imagination, but the brief glimpse into the ranks of the SS guards reveals much about the camps. Paula's distinction between types of homosexual SS officers, for example, implies that there were more than a few such guards. Furthermore, their homosexuality was a matter of public knowledge. Both of these suppositions are supported in another passage which tells in the retaliation against Jewish prisoners following the attempted assassination of Hitler in 1944. Two Schauführers came along the empty camp roads about 9 o'clock. One of them was an Oberscharenführer, known to the prisoners by the nickname of Anna because of his undisguised homosexuality. They entered one of the Jewish barracks and indiscriminately chose 5 Jews to be brought them outside. From the second barracks, they brought out 8 more. From a third, they selected another 7. The 20 Jews were marched off under Anna's orders. Sometime later, we heard the burst of firing in the direction of the stone quarry. It was now clear that the earthly existence of our Jewish comrades had ended. Plant, a revisionist himself, also admits that a few SS guards were homosexual and that they made some younger inmates, and usually Poles or Russians, their dolly boys. These homosexual antics were not carried out in secret. Plant writes that such guards would occasionally compete with the capos for these teenagers. They would draw lots to determine who would go with whom. Primo Levi, a survivor of Auschwitz, notes that the young, attractive homosexuals had a higher survival rate than the average prisoners. Though they constituted one of the smallest numerical minorities in the camps, homosexuals apparently were disproportionately appointed as capos. Medical doctor Edmund Bergler writes, "It is well known that capos in Hitler's concentration and extermination camps were only too frequently recruited from the ranks of homosexual criminals." I had firsthand information on this point. Firsthand information on this point from a patient who had spent 6 years in the infamous camp at Dachau. JD, an American citizen whose identity we wish to protect, prisoner 3514 in Auschwitz, and Gross Rosen from 1940-45 said, most cruelty inflicted on the concentration camp prisoners were done by capos, work detail supervisors, mostly German criminals and homosexuals. Same way many of the police that brutalize, that search and do this stuff to our black boys in America, these guys are gays on the police department. And black mayors like Keisha Bottoms, this broad Bow Wow here in DC, and Lori Lightfoot allow white homosexuals to terrorize our communities. That's why the police unions are so unified, because they're into this deviance. The police unions are white homosexual organizations that terrorize black people, and nobody dares say anything about it. Why can't we? Why can't people out there? And I'll say this, if WikiLeaks can get stuff, why haven't we hacked into some of these police departments and exposed some of these fools? It should happen. Testimonies are supported by Raoul Hilberg, an author of The Destruction of European Jews and former member of the U.S. President's Commission on the Holocaust. Rector cites December 10th, 1979 Village Voice article in which Hilberg said that homosexuals were highly valued prisoners and that many capos, inmates who administered the barracks, are dispensed instant discipline and beatings and killings were common, were gay. Because of this, Hilberg believes that any inclusion of homosexuals in the memorialization of the Holocaust victims would be a travesty. There seems to have been a great dichotomy between the experience of homosexuals in the camp. While on one hand, Lautman reports that 44% of the homosexuals received desk jobs, Plant claims that homosexuals were treated more harshly than members of other groups, citing Kogan's Daoshua memoir, The Theory and Practice of Hell. To some extent, this may simply reflect the differences between camps and the philosophies of the administrators. But the enduring Butch-Femme conflict clearly had a substantial bearing on the treatment of homosexuals. Plant writes of one survivor who reported that the guards lashed out with special fury against those that showed effeminate traits. Rector records interviews at the former Pink Triangle named Wolf, a pseudonym, in which the issue of effeminacy was raised. The ones that were soft, I shall say, were the ones that suffered terribly, said Wolf. Rudolf Hess, an infamous commandant of Auschwitz who may have also been a butch homosexual, defined genuine homosexuals by soft girlish affections and fastidiousness, their sickly sweet manner of speech, and their altogether too affectionate deportment toward their fellows. This genuine homosexual was considered incorrigible and held in a special barracks, while non-effeminate homosexuals were released. Wolf's testimony about the homosexual behavior of the SS guards also reveals the sadistic characteristic of the butches. And the cell next to mine, a young male prostitute from Steiglitz, who the SS forced into sexual acts. He also described a game which the SS played each evening. There were holes in the walls where they would reach through the holes and play with the genitals of the men, sleeping close to the holes. They would say that they had caught them jacking off, and they would beat them. During his imprisonment, Wolf also was forced to witness the execution of 6 political escapees who had been recaptured by guards. They were stripped naked, tied to the table, spread eagle face up, and beaten to death with clubs. One by one, he reported. You could see that the SS executioners became sexually stimulated while the beating and the screaming. Beating and screaming the prisoners to death. The extreme savagery exhibited by the butch homosexuals in the camps was not rare, but on some accounts of brutality are more gruesome than others. At Auschwitz, for example, Capo Ludwig X became most prolific mass murderer of all time by strangling, crushing, and gnawing to death as many as 100 boys and young men a day while he raped them. It is not clear if Auschwitz commander Hess was a homosexual, though we know he had one time been a close friend to Edmund Hines and the procurer of boys for Röhm's pederastic orgies. Perhaps the most grotesque story of all is told by Rector in his chapter in the camps. Grotesque not because of its bloody, but because it reveals how widespread and acceptable this level of perversion had become among the Nazi elite. He writes, for the SS, their behavior was typical among those who engaged in sexual bestiality. An example is a film in color and soundtrack that was secretly made for pornographic enjoyment of a secret coterie of Nazis showing a wild, drunken orgy of beautiful boys and handsome young men being whipped and raped and murdered by the SS. Note, Rector adds that the film is still today very discreetly and privately shown only in inner circles of certain homosexuals in Europe. No study of homosexuality in the Nazi concentration camps would be complete without mentioning the book called The Men with the Pink Triangle. In recent years, this book has become a standard text for revisionists because it is purportedly the only autobiography written by a former Pink Triangle prisoner. The book itself, however, is written by Heinz Hegler, cannot be considered reliable. It is presented as an autobiography, yet the translator, David Fahrenbach, admits in his introduction that Hegler's account is not his own, but a story of an anonymous victim of Nazis in Austria. Though it contains quite a number of anecdotes about homosexuality among the SS guards, which would otherwise be useful in discussion, the stories have a distinct quality of sexual fantasy to them. We are asked to believe that nearly every male authority whom Henger encounters and requires him to perform oral sex, for example, other ostensibly true life stories of camp survivors are sober chronicles of enslavement and degeneration, but Heger's account is almost whimsical in the places that include numerous implausible scenes, such as one in which Heger's capital lover countermands an order to punish Heger, which comes from the camp commander himself, and one of the examples of homosexual sadism reported in this work. Before we leave the subject of guards and capitals, we can find one of the few mentions of lesbians in Nazi history connected with the prison system. In Paris, under the occupation, historian Perrault and Azema describe the activities of the French Gestapo. They identify as Sonia Bocassi, a drug addict, and Violette Morris, one-time French weightlifting champions, both lesbians, as the chief women's interrogators in the notorious torture chambers of La Carlingue. Homosexual prisoners did not integrate well into the prison populations, writes Eugene Kogan. Prisoners ostracized those whom the SS marked with a pink triangle. Kogan attributes this dislike to the fact that the homosexual population included criminals, especially blackmailers. Hostility towards them also may have been partly rooted in the fact that homosexuality was at one time widespread in Prussian military circles as well as in the SA and SS. Kogan implies that the prisoners associated homosexuality with their tormentors and thus saw the pink triangles as objects of fear and hatred. Plant supports this view, noting that homosexual prisoners were often tainted by crimes with homosexual guards, even though they themselves were often the victims. There is evidence as well that the homosexuals in the camps alienated their fellow prisoners because of the predatory nature of their sexual drive. Polish sociologist Anna Palasaiska in The Values and Violence in Auschwitz describes the situation. Sometimes a confirmed homosexual would lead a prisoner of normal inclinations into homosexual practices. Such relationships were usually deeply immoral or deeply demoralizing. A prisoner's functionary capo desire to satisfy his or her pederastic sexual needs could also manifest itself in various brutal forms of terror and blackmail used to bring the partner into compliance. Pawelewska's records also refute Plant's suggestion that homosexual prisoners were utterly disunited and therefore powerless. She cites the use of prostitution as a form of currency among homosexual prisoners. This was likely common means of getting favors from homosexual guards as well. She writes, paid prostitution existed in the camp, and the choice of erotic partners was dictated by one's ability to pay, either in the form of help in gaining a better place in the camp structure or each visit a form of food or better clothes. Homosexual erotic availability became a coin of incommensurate worth, in return for which the chance of biological survival could be won depending on the client's possibility. There was one other distinction between the homosexual and other prisoners. Towards the end of World War I, many homosexuals were released from concentration camps and drafted into the Wehrmacht. Researcher Stephen Katz cites records that indicate 13% of all homosexual camp inmates were reprieved and released. This, of course, happened as the Nazis frantically increased their production in the death camps, trying to exterminate every last Jew in Europe before the Allies could liberate the camps. There's perhaps no more terrible expression of human speech than the final solution. In it is contained an evil so profound as not to easily be assimilated by the human mind. How could a people be so filled with hate, we wonder, that they would seek to exterminate whole races of fellow human beings from the face of the earth? And our struggle to answer the question, we find science inadequate. We must look to a deeper source of human knowledge. Only in a spiritual context can we truly understand the meaning of a final solution. The Holocaust of the Jews, it is not surprising then that the roots of the Nazi evil are found in the neo-pagan revival of the late 1800s, which manifests itself in the glorification of occultism and the subversion of the Judeo-Christian foundations of German culture. We've addressed many elements of the neo-pagan revival in previous chapters, but to find specific roots of the Holocaust, we must revisit the occultic figures. George Lance von Liebenfels, as we learned, Lance, the homosexual male supremacist, was called the man that gave Hitler his ideas. By Austrian psychologist Wilhelm Diem, anti-Semitic pamphlets by Lance and Guido von List shaped Hitler's early hatred of Jews. It was Lance who originated the concept of Himmler's Lebensborn and the Aryan breeding colony. It was Lance again who can behind Hitler's answers to the Jewish question. Goodrich Clark writes, the similarity between Lance's proposals and the Nazi plans for the disposal of the Jews and the treatment of enslaved Slav populations in the East is unmistakable. Lance's specific recommendations for the disposal of racial inferiors were various and included deportations to Madagascar, enslavement, incineration as a sacrifice to God, and use as beasts of burden. Both the psychopathology of the Nazi Holocaust and the subjugation of non-Aryans in the East were presaged by Lance's grim speculations. We are too familiar with the Nazi enslavement of non-Aryans and their incineration of Jews in the death camps, but these atrocities, though they agree perfectly with his ideas, do not by themselves prove any special influence by Lance. And the Nazis' Madagascar plan, which was nothing more than a proposal to put all Jews on the island of Madagascar. However, we find an indisputable connection to Lance. A Harvest of Hate, the Nazi program for the destruction of the Jews of Europe, historian Leon Polyakov writes about the Madagascar plan, but what he reveals that he is unaware of Lance's influence. Goering had mentioned the Madagascar question during the meeting of November 12, 1938. Himmler had been dreaming of it since 1934, one witness testified, putting all the Jews in a large island. Moreover, a French island would satisfy the Nazi love for symbolism. At any rate, the idea was put forth by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, was accepted by Hitler, as well as by the Führer himself. The great inventions always have several originators. Other more or less famous dignitaries can claim the honor of fathering this philanthropic solution. For example, Philip Buller, the chief of the Führer's personal chancery, hoped to become the governor of the island. Guido van List targeted his hatred more specifically against Christians and developed an elaborate mythology to justify attacks against Christianity. List developed a conspiracy theory that identified Christianity as a negative and destructive principle in the history of the history of the Aryo-Germanic race. If it could be shown that Christian missionaries had been intent on the destruction of the Armanist culture, its actual non-existence in the present could be related to empirical events. List's account of Christianization and the historic German lands reiterated the debilitation of the Teutonic vigor and morale and the destruction of the German national consciousness. He claimed that the church's gospel of love and charity had encouraged a deviation from the strict eugenics of the old Aryan sexual morality. It was he who had demonized the church as the sole source of evil in the pan-German scheme of belief. Sadly, the occult dimension of Nazi history is overlooked by many historians, who must attempt, therefore, to find materialist answers to moral questions. And if the occult dimension has been ignored, this is doubtably true of the homosexual dimension, as Duberman, Vincenius, and Chauncey have stated with the title of their gay studies text. The role of homosexuals and pederasts have been hidden from history. They, of course, imagine the influence of homosexuality to be positive, yet the rise of homosexuality in a Judeo-Christian-based culture necessarily represents the diminution of biblical morality and restraint on human passions. Let me read that again, because this is America. The rise of homosexuality in a Judeo-Christian-based culture necessarily represents the diminution of a biblical morality as a restraint on human passions. Consequently, where Judeo-Christian ideas decrease, violence and depravity increase. The country we live in right now. Real talk. It was the pederasts of the community of the special who in a large part sponsored the revival of the Hellenic pagan ideals in German society. These men were fanatically anti-Jew and anti-Christian because of the injunctions against homosexuality inherent and the Judeo-Christian sexual ethic. Homosexualist Warren Johansen notes that Hans Bleuer, one of the leading theoreticians of the community of the special, maintained that Judaism had suppressed the homosexual aspect of its culture with concomitant hypertrophy of the family. That means making the family big. If people had been more gay, there'd be fewer folks. Whew. Benedict Friedlander, in his essay, Der Eigens, entitled Seven Propositions, chose as his first proposition an attack on Christianity. The white race is becoming even sicker under the curse of Christianity, which is foreign to it and mostly harmful, writes Friedlander. That is the genuinely bad Jewish influence, an opinion that has proven true, especially through the conditions in North America. For his part, Adolf Brand called Christianity barbarism and expressed his desire to fight beyond good and evil, not for the sake of the masses, since the happiness of the weak would result in the slave mentality, but for the human being who proclaimed himself a god and was not to be subdued by human laws and ethics. We should not forget Nietzsche, who called Christianity the lie of the millennia. Much of what has been reported, silence, and some cases complicity of the supposed Christian churches during the Third Reich, but few have noted long periods of biblical deconstruction that preceded the rise of Nazism, and fewer still have chronicled the diabolical perversion of the German religious culture by the Nazis themselves. While the neo-pagans were busy attacking from without, liberal theologians undermined the biblical authority from within the Christian church. The school of the so-called higher criticism, which began in Germany in the late 1800s, portrayed the miracles of God as myths, by implication making true believers, Jew and Christian alike, into fools. And since the Bible was no longer accepted as God's divine and inerrant guide, it could be ignored or reinterpreted. By the time the Nazis came to power, Bible-believing Christians, the Confessing Church of Barth and Bonhoeffer, were a small minority. Francis Schaeffer writes in The Phenomenon of the Great Evangelical Disaster, in the late 19th century, it was these ideas, the all-sufficiency of human reason and the falsehood of supernatural religion, which began to radically transform Christianity. This started especially with the acceptance of the higher critical methods that had been developed in Germany. Using these methods, the new liberal theologians completely undercut the authority of Scripture in spite of all the efforts of theologians Hodges, Warfield, and later Machen. The destructive methods of biblical criticism came into power and in control of denominations by the 1930s. Liberalism had swept through most of the denominations and the battle was all but lost. Replacing biblical Christianity in Germany was a pseudo-Christian pietism that grew increasingly more bizarre as devotion to social ideas of traditional Christianity was divorced from its source. And the 12-year Reich, social historian Richard Grunberger writes of Nazi-sponsored charity drives, for example, in which collectors of surplus goods for the poor became irrational fanatics. Collectors indefatigably pounded the staircases of apartment houses in large towns, rooting out the last possible donor. Small rural communities erected were known as boards of shame, listing those despite financial ability refused to make donations. Not infrequently, selfish elements were victims of organized physical violence. Man, so give up some food, man. Widow B. Vuxdorf, who had contributed ring boots to a winter relief collection clothing, had asked the police to take her into protective custody after threatening crowds gathered outside her house and started to smash her greenhouses. Hereditary farmer Bernhard Sommer Kempfdorf, who had told the collectors that if they wanted any fruit from him, they were at liberty to pick it off the trees themselves, had to be taken into protective custody when a crowd of hundreds gathered around his farm chanting demands for his imprisonment. They developed a purely German, de-Romanized, and de-Judicized form of Christianity, writes Grunberger, while concurrently neo-heathenism rejected Jesus entirely and substituted either Wotan worship or cult of nature centered on the sun. Soon this neo-paganism had entered into the weakened churches. German Christianity began to focus on the Aryan Savior Jesus, and theological studies appeared under such titles as Wotan and Jesus, Baldur and the Bible, and the German Savior. Despite all of this, however, it would be a mistake to believe that the German church, as liberal and heretical as it had become, would have supported Hitler's total agenda on its own. On the contrary, Hitler and the Nazi elite were forced to conduct a slow and methodical takeover of German churches to silence their dissent. I ain't done. In March of 1935, 700 Protestant priests were arrested by Gestapo in Prussia for issuing condemnations of neo-paganism from the pulpit, and later a similar number of clergy in Württemberg had their teaching credentials stripped for violating the moral instincts of the German race by references to Abraham, Joseph, and David in the course of their teaching. Nazis confiscated Protestant seminaries in Württemberg and Catholic convents and monasteries in the Rhineland. Grunberger asserts Nazism itself was a pseudo-religion that competed in a sense with Christianity and Judaism. The Nazi regime's attempt to usurp the role of the church and eliminate the influence on German culture spawned an unending series of relatively minor but cumulatively effective anti-church measures. Through its spiritual adjuncts, the German faith movement, the Nazi Party, maintained one of several fronts in this war on Christianity. Grunberger writes, the movement could best be defined by its negative articles of faith, of which the chief was enmity to Christianity and the established churches, planning to use neo-pagan conversion to complement its own more general anti-Christian measures such as hamstringing communal youth organizations or attenuating religious instruction in schools. The party therefore launched a drive to make the individual parishioners withdraw from church membership. The church secessionist campaign was particularly effective among professionals materially dependent on the regime, civil servants, municipal employees, teachers, and full-time party members. As soon as the Nazis came to power, they replaced many Christian holidays with pagan celebrations, the day of summer solstice, the day of winter solstice, and Mothering Sunday, which features the so-called rune of life as a symbol to honor births. Marriage ceremonies increasingly invoked Mother Earth and Father Sky as deities by whom the covenant was blessed. Birth and death announcements began to feature life and death runes, respectively, as part of a campaign to eliminate the star and the cross from public life, and crucifixes were gradually removed from hospitals and schools. The Nazis made all religious activities which were not centered in the churches dependent on official permission and a confiscated list of churchgoers who were active on duty in the military. Schools were heavily targeted in the strategy to de-Christianize the young. Mandatory prayer in school was stopped in 1935, and from 1941 onward, religious instruction was completely eliminated for all students over 14 years old. The Nazis Teachers Association actively discouraged its members from taking religious instruction, while at the same time many teachers of religious studies who were required to be licensed by the state inculcated neo-paganism into their pupils during the periods of religious instruction. That's the same thing that they're doing with Black Lives Matter and Antifa, but they're using LGBTQ. It's a neo-paganism. What the Nazis had was one thing. They've now got this for us right now. This is what's happening in real time in your life. And what is it that they hate? I don't care how you think about it. They do not like this Christian Bible. They do not like Judeo-Christian values. That seems to be the one thing they're obsessed over. The queer people wanted to get rid of that. And so this guy is explaining that the Nazis got rid of the moral restraints. America's getting rid of it. We couldn't go into Iraq. We couldn't go into Afghanistan. We couldn't support them killing people in Palestine, killing people in Libya, killing people in Haiti, killing people all over the world, all these military bases. This is happening because this country has become wicked. It's always been wicked. It's getting more so. And by the way, the Holocaust, burning those people as a human sacrifice, who do you think they want to burn the most? If you think it's Hispanics, you've lost your goddamn mind. Let me go back. Nazi Teachers Association actively discourages members from taking religious instruction, while at the same time, many teachers of religious studies who were required to be licensed by the state inculcated neo-paganism, we can just say LGBTQ, into their pupils during periods of religious instruction. Later, teachers were outright prohibited from attending voluntary religious classes organized by the Catholic Church. And in an obscene twist, the Nazis used former Christian religious facilities seized by the government to establish schools in which students would train and male supremacists, you should call that homophile, male supremacist ideology, using teachings from the works of homosexual theorists such as Otto Winnegar. Ingwer writes, Winnegar's Sex and Character was revived on as a kind of textbook on the Nazi Ordensbergen. Those schools for the training of future German leaders have been set up in the confiscated monasteries and convents. There they learn the doctrine of the lowest type of male is infinitely higher than the noblest woman, and that by her very nature a woman is deceitful, mentally inferior to man, and unmoral. The de-Christianization of German society was carried out by the Nazis, characteristically in duplicitous style. Ever masters of euphemism and political sleight of hand, they kept the general population confused about their true motives. When Hitler needed their support of the churches in the early days of the regime, for example, the SA attended Sunday service in mass, creating veritable SA church parades. But just months after these same troops marched to Nuremberg Party alongside the Hitler Youth as they sang anti-Christian songs. All of these SA people going to church reminds me of the Greek letter people's call to chapel at HBCUs. It's the same shit. Same shit. No evil priest. This is what they're singing. No evil priest can prevent us from feeling that we are the children of Hitler. The children sang, we follow not Christ, but Horst Wessel. Horst Wessel was a bisexual German kid that got killed by the communists. He was a Nazi bisexual that got killed. So they don't follow Christ, they follow a queer. Okay? Away with the incense and holy water. The swastika brings salvation on earth. For their part, the SA sung Stormtrooper comrades, hang the Jews, and put the priests against the wall. As the refrain of one of their favorite tunes. In Hitler and I, Strasser records a conversation that he had with Hitler in which Strasser criticized the Nazi propagandist Alfred Rosenberg for his pagan ideas. Hitler stopped and looked at me in the eyes, writes Strasser. Christianity is, for the moment, one of the points in the program I have laid down. But we must look ahead. Rosenberg is a forerunner, a prophet. His theories are the expression of the German soul. Much later, Hitler's religion of hate appeared to have completely overwhelmed the German culture. He proclaimed, do you really believe the masses will ever be Christian again? Nonsense. That tale is finished. From the early years, the leading Nazis openly attacked Christianity. Joseph Goebbels declared that Christianity had infused our erotic attitudes with dishonesty. Himmler is reported to have considered Christianity the greatest plague delivered by history and demanded it be dealt with accordingly. Martin Bormann, who replaced Hess as deputy Führer, issued a decree to party Gauleiters titled Relations Between National Socialism and Christianity, in which he said, National Socialist and Christian conceptions are incompatible. The Christian churches built upon men's ignorance. The people must be increasingly wrested from the churches. Never again must the churches be allowed any influence over the leadership of this people. This must be broken totally and forever. The Nazis' ultimate goal was the elimination of all Christian churches. Grunberger points out, just as the genocide program provided for certain areas to be made free of Jews before others, so the Wortgau was envisioned to be the first region free from churches in the Reich. It is this campaign against Judeo-Christian morality that we find one of the reasons for the German people's acceptance of Nazism's most extreme atrocities. Their religious foundations had been systematically eroded over a period of decades by powerful social forces. By the time the Nazis came to power, the German culture was spiritually bankrupt. Historians have largely ignored the spiritual element of Nazi history, but if we look closely at Hitler's campaign of extermination of the Jews, it becomes clear that his ostensible racial motive obscures a deeper and more primal hatred of the Jews as the people of God. The probable reason for Hitler's attack on Christianity was his perception that it alone had the moral authority to stop the Nazi movement. But Christians stumbled before the flood of evil. As Pavlikov writes, when moral barriers collapsed under the impact of Nazi preaching, the same anti-Semitic movement that led to slaughter the Jews gave scope and license to an obscene revolt against God and the moral law. An open and implacable war was declared on the Christian tradition, which unleashed a frenzied and unavowed hatred of Christ and the Ten Commandments. There is no question that the homosexuality figures prominently in the history of the Holocaust. As we have noted, the ideas of disposing of the Jews originated with Lanz. The first years of the terrorism against the Jews were carried out by the homosexuals of the SA. The first program, Kristallnacht, was orchestrated in 1938 by the homosexual Reinhard Heydrich, and it was sometime transvestite Göring who started the evolution of the final solution with an order to the Heydrich on January 24th, 1939, concerning a solution of the Jewish question, immigration and evacuation. Still, despite their disproportionate role, homosexuals did not cause the Holocaust. They, along with so many others, had lost their moral bearings, were merely instruments of its enactment. The Holocaust must be blamed on whom the Bible compares to a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour. That's from 1 Peter 5 and 8. Uh-oh, I'm bringing it home. Here it is. Chapter 7. Oh, I can do one more hour. This is called the American Nazis. History never repeats itself. Man always does. One of the symbols with which the homosexuals in the United States have chosen to represent their movement is the phoenix, a mythical bird that was said to burn itself on a funeral pyre every 500 years and then rise from the ashes more majestic than before. A more apt symbol for the historic cycle of homofascism and resulting social chaos would be hard to find. From the ashes of Nazi Germany, the homofascist phoenix has risen again, this time in the United States. For the most famous incident in the history of the American Nazi Party resulted from the 1977 demand to stage a march through the largely Jewish neighborhood in Skokie, Illinois, a Chicago suburb and the home of many Holocaust survivors. This plan, devised by Frank Collin, who often appeared with his followers in full Nazi regalia, brown shirts, black boots, and armbands with swastikas, and who advocated that all African Americans, Jews, and Latinos be forcibly deported. Civil authorities effectively blocked the march at first, but the American Civil Liberties Union rose to Collins' aid and forced the city of Chicago to allow it. The subsequent event drew international media attention. Homosexualists Johansson and Percy in The outing, the shattering of the conspiracy of silence, have finally revealed more than 15 years later that Colin was a homosexual pederast. In 1979, Colin was arrested for taking indecent liberties with boys between the ages of 10 and 14 and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Another branch of the American Nazi movement, the National Socialist League, is openly homosexual. Founded in 1974 by defecting members of the National Socialist White People's Party, the San Diego-based NSL is unique in restricting its members to homosexual Nazis. Led by veteran anti-Semite Russell Vey, the group distributes membership applications declaring the NSL's determination to seek sexual, social, and political freedom. While normally low-profile, NSL stirred a controversy in 1983 when it attempted to market its infamous 1930s Nazi hate film that had been pirated by the group. An article in the Los Angeles-based Heritage and Southwest Jewish Press titled "Gay Nazis Peddling Vile Judsus Film" named Vey in the National Socialist League. We're most familiar with Mr. Vey, which is an alias, incidentally, as his most notorious operation said. Legitimate film distributor David Colbert Smith III. Vey solicited members of his group through a publication called NS Mobilizer and through personal ads and homosexual publications, including a leading national gay magazine, The Advocate. A simple perusal of The Advocate reveals that Nazi themes are common in the homosexual community. Riesman, who studied the advertisements in The Advocate and issues from 1972 to 91, found that the content of the ads reflected a fascist mentality. She writes, overall, 72% of The Advocate's data socialized a set of core value, glorified Nazi dress, language, the blonde Aryan male beauty, brutality, contempt for femmes, fats, blacks, threats against politically incorrect, homosexual churches, and other romanticizing fascist culture to a younger generation. Nazi costumes, fascist concepts are a common component.
Not new. Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. I guess getting your ass blown out is not new. Munching carpet isn't new. Okay.
I'm sorry about that. I'll go back. The Advocate is largely condoned by the prevailing cultural values. So the gay publications, all this rainbow stuff, is a swastika for us, and we're stupid. We're really stupid. We're getting played. Other elements of the gay culture demonstrate a similar ideal. One popular film by Finnish gay rights advocate Ilippo Pahala, titled Daddy and the Muscle Academy. Tom, the hero in the film, is a homosexual fascist and pornographer. In the film, combining themes of pedastry and Nazi glorification, was shown in San Francisco on June 26, 1992 at the Castro Theater. It was part of the 16th annual Gay and Lesbian Film Festival. A reviewer for the San Francisco Examiner provided the following description of the film. Daddy and the Muscle Academy candidly acknowledges Tom's infatuation with body types encouraged by the National Socialists. His fantasy involved sex between clean-cut Finnish boys and stormtroopers, the swastika flying behind them. Where homosexuals live in the highest concentration, some seem to feel more comfortable acting out their Nazi fantasies. Against sadomasochism, a radical feminist analysis, Susan Lee Starr, a Jewish sociologist, describes her experience in San Francisco. For years, I've lived in the Castro section of San Francisco, the gay, predominantly male district. When I walk down the street in my neighborhood, I often see people dressed in black leather, wearing chains, and sometimes carrying whips. The magazine stores, there are many sadomasochistic publications. Often these include pictures of people wearing replicas of Nazi Germany uniforms, iron crosses, stormtrooper outfits, military boots, and swastikas. Once in a while, someone in the street is dressed in full Nazi regalia. Meanwhile, back in Germany, the alarming increase in neo-Nazi skinheads is also linked to homosexuality. Elme Krushar, a journalist for Der Spiegel, Germany's equivalent of Time magazine, is quoted in The Advocate. There's a gay skinhead movement in Berlin. They go cruising in the areas with leaflets, "We don't want foreigners." A major leader of the neo-Nazis in Germany, Michael Kühnen, was an openly gay man who died of AIDS 2 years ago. He wrote a paper on the links between homosexuality and fascism, saying fascism is based on the love of comrades and that having sex with your comrades strengthens the bond. The first gay rights organization in America was the American chapter of the German-based Society for Human Rights. The German SHR, formed in 1919 by the Thule Society member Hans Kannert, was a militant organization led by butch homosexuals. Many of the early Nazis, including SA leader Ernst Röhm, were also SHR members. The American SHR was formed on December 10th, 1924 in Chicago. By the way, Chicago is the brain center of the LGBTQ movement in America, not San Francisco. You're stupid if you think that. It comes straight out of the University of Chicago. Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and a range of things are based in Chicago. They're playing you. Y'all don't know what time it is. Chicago. A German-American name, Henry Gerber. Gerber served with the U.S. occupation forces in Germany from 1920 to 1923 and had been involved with the German organization Together. The small group regularly charted the group without revealing its purposes and began publishing pro-homosexual journal called Friendship and Freedom, patterned after the German chapter's publication of the same name. In 1925, however, the organization collapsed when Gerber, Vice President Al Menninger, and other members were arrested on charges of sexual abuse of a boy. And after being turned in by Menninger's wife, a Chicago Examiner Everybody there, I'm sorry. Things happen. My hard wire will be here. This won't happen anymore. Can y'all hear me? My mic went off for a second. Let me go back. Gerber revealed himself as a militant socialist who regarded capitalism and Christianity as the twin pillars of ignorance and repression of sexual freedom. We keep hearing that. It's Christianity that won't let us hate and kill. And y'all think it's the white man's book, y'all dumbasses. In response to the news of the Röhm Purge in the American press, he admitted that the Nazis were led by homosexuals and praised Röhm and his valiant men. Gerber is quoted at length in Katz's Gay American History According to Nazi Regime. He writes, a short time ago, an American journalist pointed out in the liberal nation that the whole Hitler movement was based on homosexual Greek attachment of men for each other. And the same Jewish author stated that it was another Hitler contradiction that the leaders should have acquiesced to the burning of the books of Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld. Thus, we get a glimpse of the insanity of the whole movement. A Jewish doctor working for the interests of homosexuals is persecuted by a heterosexual mob led by homosexuals. It is interesting to note that the homosexual inclinations of the Nazis were a matter of at least public knowledge in the United States at this time, as well as their Greek origins. We can also infer that the passage of that Gerber himself was not an overt fascist, though he clearly identified with the Brown Shirts in Germany. Open fascism and the homosexual movement would come later, but Gerber and his pederastic friends had established a foundation. By 1972, when he died at the age of 80, Gerber had witnessed the emergence of homofascism as a permanent theme in the movement. You've heard this name before, Henry Hay and the Mattachine Society. And the words of Jonathan Katz, a link of a kind of peculiar to gay male history connects the abortive Chicago Society for Human Rights and Henry Hay, the founder of the Mattachine Society. This particular link is the fact that the man who recruited Hay into homosexuality at the age of 17, Champ Simmons, was himself seduced by a former member of the SHR. In a perverse sort of way, then it seems appropriate that Hay would become known as the father of the modern gay movement. And another account, Hay claims that his earliest homosexual experience was a molestation at age 14 by a 25-year-old man. On August 10, 1948, at the tail end of the 18-year stint as a Communist Party member, Hay began to organize a group that would become the Mattachine Society. Not until the spring of 1951 did it receive its name, but from the beginning, it was seen as a vehicle to destroy the social restraints against homosexuality in American culture. The name of the Mattachine was taken from the medieval Renaissance French secret fraternities of unmarried townsmen. The society's stated agenda was to preserve the right to privacy. Like the SHR, the Mattachine Society became controversial upon the arrest of its prominent member. Dale Jennings, one of its founders of the organization, was arrested for soliciting an undercover police officer to commit a homosexual act in a public restroom. Hay was not an overt fascist, but he was a neo-pagan. He participated in occultic rituals at the Los Angeles Lodge of the Order of the Eastern Temple, Aleister Crowley's notorious anti-Christian spiritual group. Hay provided the musical accompaniment in ceremonies performed by the lesbian high priestess. Later in life, he founded the New Age group called the Radical Fairies, which met at an ashram in the high desert of Arizona to offer invocations to satanic spirits. In other ways, Hay can be compared to Karl Heinrich Ulrich, the grandfather of the gay rights movement. Hay is his American counterpart in the sense that both men launched enduring social movements in their respective cultures. The avowed purpose of each was to undermine the Judeo-Christian moral consensus and respect to homosexual relations. And both had been molested as boys. And some suggest that this is a rule rather than the exception among homosexual men. But unlike Ulrich, Hay became increasingly militant over the course of his life. Until the 1980s, he participated in California's notoriously violent ACT UP demonstrations. ACT UP, the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, was one of the earliest manifestations of homofascism and the gay rights movement. Through Hay was in his 70s and was not directly linked to any of the property destruction. His presence validated the terroristic tactics of the group. Hay also openly endorsed pedophilia or pederasty as an essential part of the gay rights movement. Harry Hay and the Mattachine Society spawned large-scale political and social activism among homosexuals that soon outgrew their expectations and their control. These highly motivated activists operated in groups designed like communist cells, each secret fraternity bound by a common vice. As Hay stated in a later interview, we wanted to keep them underground and separated so no one could ever know who all the other members were. Slowly, at first from innumerable obscure sources, then came theories, public statements, and actions in support of the social acceptance of homosexuality. And as the power of the homosexual power lobby grew, so did the ugliness of its demands and its methods. This is what we see right now. By 1969, the development of a growing homosexual subculture in America had spawned an open homosexual presence in major cities. So-called gay bars sprang up in Los Angeles and New York, hosting a bizarre mix of street queens, drug addicts, and boy prostitutes. In New York, homosexuals regularly engaged in public sex acts with anonymous partners in the backs of trucks parked near the West Village piers and in the public restrooms. Homosexual activity occurred so frequently in the bushes of one park that the authorities were forced to cut down the trees to stop it. The response to the police efforts to discourage this increasingly offensive behavior, homosexuals began to organize to demand the right to public deviancy. Emboldened by their numbers, they began picketing businesses such as Macy's department store, which had cracked down on homosexual behavior in their bathrooms. On the evening of June 27th, the gay right movement officially started terrorism as a means to achieve power when a surly mob of drag queens, dykes, street people, bar boys physically attacked police officers conducting a raid on the Stonewall Bar on Christopher Street in New York. Stonewall was one of the best known of the mafia-controlled bars. It was being closed for selling alcohol without a license. It was also a haven for sexual deviants. As the police began to take some bar patrons in for questioning, a mob of homosexuals gathered across the street. Homosexualist Toby Morada's Politics of Homosexuality includes an eyewitness report from a writer for the Village Voice. Almost by signal, the crowd erupted into cobblestone and bottle heaving. The trash can I was standing on was nearly yanked from under me as a kid tried to grab it to use in a window-smashing melee. From nowhere came uprooted parking meter used as a battering ram on the Stonewall door. I heard several cries, "Let's go get some gas." But the blaze of flames soon appeared in the window of the Stonewall where the police officers were trapped, was still in shock. By morning, the Stonewall Bar was a burned-out wreck, and the homosexual leaders had declared the violence a success. Interestingly, the anniversary of this event is known today as Gay Pride Day, and features parades and other events. Most notable is their public sex and nudity. It is ironic that activists who emerged from the new militant environment developed in 1970 the strategy of claiming victim status through using the pink triangle and the commemoration of homosexuals who were persecuted by the Nazis. Following the Stonewall riot, the Mattachine Action Committee of the Mattachine Society of New York's chapter clamored for organized resistance. But the control of the movement was taken out of their hands by a still more radical group of activists. These men quickly formed the Gay Liberation Front, so called because it had the same ring as the National Liberation Front, an alliance formed by the Viet Cong. At the heart of this new circle of power was Herbert Marcuse, a longtime socialist, he's French, who had learned his politics and practiced his homosexuality in pre-Nazi Germany. Homosexuals Barry D. Adam writes, Herbert Marcuse, who had been a youthful participant in the Marcuse, and then he's German, I'm sorry. Why did I think he's French? A youthful participant in the 1918 German Revolution, had been steeped in thinking of life reform movements of the Weimar Republic, caught the attention of gay liberationists. His Eros and Civilization published The Ideological Wasteland of 1955, bridged the pre-war and post-war gay movements with its implicit vision of homosexuality as a protest against the repressive order of procreative sexuality. The Stonewall riot became the new symbol of the gay rights movement. In its wake, the Gay Liberation Front sprang up across the country using methods of intimidation and coercion to achieve political gains. Immediately, they targeted the medical community, whose increasingly effectiveness in treating the homosexual disorder threatened the logical premise of a movement. The Gay Liberation Front, writes Adams, stormed the San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Chicago conventions of psychiatry, medicine, and behavior modification, shouting down speakers and terrorized audience members. As extreme as it had become, the Mattachine Society would fail to inspire movement, but they were wrong. The Gay Liberation Front collapsed in 1972 in part because of a conflict between drag queens and machos, femmes and butches. Their philosophy prevailed. On December 15th, 1973, the Board of Trustees of the American Psychiatric Association capitulated to the demands of the radicals. The homosexuals had begun to speak of unyielding psychiatrists as war criminals with obvious implications. Possibly in fear for their safety and certainly worried about constant harassment, they declared that homosexuality was no longer an illness. The resulting referendum, demanded by outraged members of the association was conducted by mail, was partially controlled by the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force. The homosexuals won the vote, and the new official definition of homosexuality as a disorder was changed to include only those who are unhappy with their sexual orientation. Historian Enrique Ruda writes, this vote was not the result of scientific analysis after years of painstaking research. Neither was it purely objective choice following the accumulation of incontrovertible data. The hard fact was the vote taken reveals the nature of the process involved, since the existence of an orthodoxy in and of itself contradicts the essence of science. So now you heard it. The LGBTQ stuff became accepted and not a mental illness because gay folks rigged the damn vote of the psychiatric group. And it's like the vote we just had. It's all BS. Y'all been lied to. Wow. The pederasts. Wonder how much more I want to put on this. Oh yeah, I'm going to do a little bit more. I'm going to, let me see. I think I can get there. Y'all want me to keep going? This pink triangle is deep. I'm going to stop, though. I'm going to pick up another piece of this, but I want you to see. As we will see, the victory of politics over scientific objectivity was to have far-reaching consequences. After the fall of the APA's medical standards against the normalization of homosexuality, gay rights activists made tremendous gains of acceptance or at least tolerance for open homosexuality. This fact is especially alarming when we consider that the APA has now taken action in which some construe as the normalization of pedophilia as well. In the September 1994 issue of Regeneration News, the newsletter of a homosexual recovery group in Baltimore, features an article about this change. Regeneration director Alan Mendiger compares the new set of criteria for diagnosing pedophilia with the new standard. An earlier DSM-3R, pedophilia was diagnosed as a disorder if the person acted out on the urges or is markedly distressed by them. But the new standard defines pedophilia as a disorder only if the fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. The APA has taken a step which can be interpreted to imply that adult sex with children is normal as long as the perpetrators are not unhappy with their sexual orientation. The APA has taken exception with this interpretation. Although many contemporary homosexual activists, especially lesbians, attempt to distance themselves from their pederastic comrades, the fact remains that pederasts, as was true in Germany, have always been at the forefront of the movement, albeit often in the closet. And the right of adults to have sex with children has always been a basic goal of the movement. In February of 1972, for example, a national coalition of homosexual groups met in Chicago to draw up a list of priorities for the movement. Prominent on the list was a demand for a repeal of all laws governing the age of sexual consent. Already, Canada, the age of sexual consent has been lowered to age 14. Organizations dedicated to pedophile rights or pederast rights in the United States are made up of homosexual men. In major cities and with major homosexual community gay bookstores carry numerous titles which endorse man-boy sex. Tom Reeves, a self-admitted pederast, was part of the early gay rights movement as one of a number of writers in an anthology called Varieties of Man-Boy Love. He explains the role of pederasts in homosexualism activism. Almost everyone of this early openly homosexual writers was a pederast. Pederasty was a constant theme of early gay literature, art, and pornography. Stonewall riots were precipitated in an incident involving an underage drag queen, yet that detail was not viewed as significant. Curtis Price, a 14-year-old self-described radical hustler, was the first gay liberation organization in Baltimore, formed the first gay liberation organization in Baltimore. Many of the leaders of the early gay liberation and founders of the major gay groups in the U.S. were boy lovers. Another early leader of the gay rights movement was David Thorstad, also a self-admitted pederast. Thorstad was the president of the Gay Activist Alliance, one of the largest groups that was formed in New York City in the wake of the Stonewall riot. The GAA invented a strategy of zapping politicians, right, Marotta, that would later become its trademark. They had learned that homosexuals could infiltrate political gatherings and make themselves heard through sheer brashness. The GAA also developed the strategy of using carefully staged confrontations of forced politicians to enact anti-discrimination policies. The GAA reorganized in 1974 as the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force. Thorstad, along with Reeves and others, later went on to form the North American Man-Boy Love Association in Boston in 1978. NAMBLA, which is the largest pederast rights organization in the country, cloaks its agenda and rhetoric about concern for the rights of children to have sexual freedom. In recent years, NAMBLA has come under attack by some elements of the Gay Rights Alliance, who have tried to exclude the group from some of the higher media events. But this has evoked violent response from its defenders when NAMBLA was denied a role in the 1986 Los Angeles Gay Pride Parade. Marcher Harry Hay donned a sweatshirt printed with the legend, "NAMBLA walks with me." Timmons writes that Hay could not contain his outrage that NAMBLA was excluded. More recently, as reported in NAMBLA Bulletin, Hay was a featured speaker at NAMBLA's annual membership conference, June 24th and 25th, 1994. Hay gave an inspiring talk about reclaiming the 1990s spirit of homoerotic sharing and love from various ancient Greek traditions of pederasty. A remarkably balanced and sensitive account of the conference appeared in the August 23rd Advocate from a writer who was invited to attend. Other homosexualist-run children's rights organizations include Renee Guyon Society, which was formed in 1962 to make it possible for adults to provide sexual stimulation to virtually all children, and a group called Project Truth. While we're discussing the homosexual splinter groups, we should mention the Eulenspiegel Society, formed in 1971 to promote sadomasochistic rights for homosexuals whose special concern for freedom for sexual minorities, and particularly those whose sexuality embraces S&M. Membership of such groups, such as the International Lesbian and Gay Association, caused it to be expelled from the United Nations Economic and Social Council in September of 1993. Attempting to forestall their expulsion, the ILGA tried to separate itself from the pederast groups, but quickly learned that support from the boy lovers was too deeply entrenched in the association. The ILGA's ouster of a 10-year member of NAMBLA and a couple of other high-profile groups caused the European pederast member organizations to step forward in protest. Division within the ILGA continues. Another apologist for pederasty is Larry Kramer, the founder of ACT UP. In the report from the Holocaust, The Making of an AIDS Activist, Kramer had this to say about adult-child sex. And those instances where children do have sex with their homosexual elders, be they teachers or anyone else, I submit that very often, the child desires the activity and perhaps even solicits it. According to Reeves, Queer Nation and ACT UP were home to both boys and men who wanted additional activity beyond their illegal relationships. Pedophilia and its promotion is not limited to male homosexuals. Virginia Uribe, a lesbian teacher in Los Angeles, has been at the forefront to affirm gay teenagers through school-based pro-homosexual counseling. Her own program called Project 10, named after the oft-quoted statistic that 10% of homosexuality, of 10% of the population of the United States is homosexual, a figure demonstrated in several recent studies to be near to 2%, include a book for young people called One Teenager in 10. This resource for troubled teens features lurid pornographic stories, including graphic lesbian sex scene between a 12-year-old girl and her 23-year-old dance teacher. The apparent goal is to activate children's sexuality at an increasingly younger ages. At a conference promoting Project 10 to public school teachers in Oregon University of Washington, sociologist Pepper Schwartz admits targeting prepubescent children for affirmation, saying, at this point, getting the majority to say gay is good at 9 or 10 years old is going to be difficult. But just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's not the right thing. Beneficiaries of the sexual freedom for children and teens are often predatory adult homosexuals. The National Gay and Lesbian Task Force is on record that gay teens should be supported in coming out, but writer Paul Mulshine notes that the guidance in sex tends to come from adult gays who bring the teens out. A study published in the Journal of Pediatrics shows the sample of gay teenagers who had steady sex partners, the mean age of their partners was 25 years. Cites a 1985 study in the arrest of 12 U.S. jurisdictions for child sexual abuse that showed that on average about 40% of the arrest for, he cites a 1985 study of the arrest of in 12 U.S. jurisdictions for child sex abuse, which showed that on average about 40% of the arrest for pederastic homosexuals. That means if gays make up 2% of the population, they comprise, in this study, 40% of the people who get arrested for having sex with kids. That's incredible. I mean, if 98% have 60 and 2% have 40, go figure. Though some deny the right of adults to have sex with children remains a fundamental component of gay rights movement, the evidence suggests otherwise. Allison Publications, a leading publisher of gay titles, market books aimed at preschoolers such as Daddy's Roommate and Heather Has Two Mommies, right alongside Gay Sex, a manual for men who love men. The latter contains a detailed instruction for pedophiles and pederasts on successfully avoiding discovery or arrest. Avoid Situations advises author Jack Hart, where the number of men have sex with the same boy or groups of boys over a period of time. No doubt these guidelines are gratefully received by pederasts in a community and a constituency that is larger than what most people realize. For example, Reeves claimed in 1979 speech he had personally met over 500 men who were struggling with their attraction to boys. Almost to a man, said Reeves, their teachers and Boy Scout leaders and Boys Club leaders. I got some more. What time is it? It's 5:30. Let me keep going. Fortunately, America's version of Wandervogel, which is a German freaky deaky thing, the America's version of the Wandervogel, the Boy Scouts of America has largely been spared the problems associated with its German cousin. This is dated. We know that the Boy Scouts have been sued so much, this stuff has been covered up. This is dated. Has largely been spared the problems of it associated with its German cousin. This can now be attributed to its commitment to Judeo-Christian ideas. This is not right here. There are 80 years of cases of people raping and molesting kids in the Boy Scouts. This is not correct, but I'll read what he has. It can be attributed to its commitment to Judeo-Christian ideals as represented in its pledge to revere to be reverent towards God. Still, a number of homosexuals have infiltrated the organization. It's alarming. From 1973 to 1993, over 1,400 scout leaders were expelled for sexually abusing boys. Beginning in 1991 and continuing to the present time, the Boy Scouts have been targeted by gay rights militants for their policies against allowing homosexuals to be scout leaders. An ostensibly spontaneous outcry against the Boy Scouts arose across the country, led by the once venerable United Way Agency, which pulled its funding from the Scouts in various cities. United Way's funding withdrawal was quickly followed by other homosexual-controlled or co-opted entities, including Levi Strauss, Wells Fargo, First Bank, Bank of America, which later reversed itself. Self-admitted lesbian Roberta Achtenberg, then serving on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, led a campaign to coerce the Bank of America into support for homosexual demands. Shortly thereafter, Achtenberg was appointed acting secretary for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. One or more of a dozen homosexuals appointed a high-level post by the Clinton administration. In the streets, the Boy Scouts were mocked by Queer Scouts, a focus group of Queer Nation, while homosexuals at the highest levels of government attempted to intimidate the organization into submission. Recently deposed Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders used her post to castigate the Scout officials, and the Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt signed an order prohibiting Boy Scouts from volunteering in national parks. In San Francisco and San Diego, Boy Scouts were barred from operating day programs in public schools. And in San Diego, the city official launched an investigation of the Scouts under its legal powers to prevent discrimination against homosexuals. So far, the Boy Scouts, this is dated, the Boy Scouts capitulated, they folded, they've gone totally fruit. I'm going to stop here because my eyes are tired, but I want to let you know I'm on page 161. I will read the rest of this. There is exactly there may be about 40 pages left. But are y'all enjoying this? This pink triangle, this is real shit. This is real stuff here. I'm going to check out here. I've got some more books on this eugenics thing. I've got a couple of programs to do tomorrow. So I'm going to stop here. But I want to say MFM and don't get vaxxed up. We absolutely have to wake up and see what's going on. In 2021, our eyes need to be open to the game. Our eyes must be open to the game that's running. Protect our babies, man. Protect children, man. Our children are at risk. Our people are at risk. They come from all of us, our family, our ancestors, to let these things happen. This is unfolding in front of us. I'm going to come back and do the rest of this book. I have another one. Let me pull it out, see if I got it over here. I've got a couple more. There's something that links to this. And I'm still awake. It's just my eyes are tired because of this light here. Let me find it. I'm going to read some out of this here. And it's going to dovetail because the Catholic Church is compromised. There's a really good documentary. I can play a piece of the documentary thing about the whole Catholic Church to cover up for people raping the children. But that's another discussion. We can do this. I certainly hope you learned something. Send me a piece. I'm trying to keep it moving. I will get you some more stuff. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise we're going to get this thing moving. So definitely hit me up. I hope y'all remember me because this Zell, and I'm not done. We're going to do some more. We're going to stay with this. I have a couple of books I want to get. definitely remember me. It doesn't have to be much, but I need to get a couple of things. And don't worry, we got to get these things. So remember that. Share this video. Share it. We need to have this conversation. And I know Dr. Lively, I know the person that wrote the book. If you want to get a copy, I think I put his I know we can hang out. Let me see. Dr. Lively, I think I have his email. This is the author. He needs to do an updated one. So I've got another show to do at 9:30. I need to take a nap. But that's Dr. Scott Lively. If you want one, and please, if you write Dr. Lively, tell him Dr. Randy Short sent you. And that's it. Let me see. I need to take a nap for a second. We'll pick back up. I'm thinking maybe, I know we're going to do a year in, so we'll be doing a couple hours tomorrow. Thank every one of you. Keep moving this out. We've got to got to wake people up. Love and peace to all of you. MFM, don't get backed up. Share this with someone. Write me if you've got questions. I want new guests. I don't want to do all the work. I need help. Can't pay you because I never know what's going to go on, but let's see what we can do. All right. Love and peace. God bless. I hope you are getting this message. You're going to see this in other books, no matter what direction I go. When I get the Satanists and I bring this out, you're going to find they all hate this Bible thing. They all want to kill black people. They want to rape the babies and all. And it seems as if the core of what they're afraid of is this Christian thing. Even though I know there are lots of fucked up people, there's something in this book that drives their asses crazy that they want to get rid of. That should make you suspicious. What's in this damn Bible that the Nazis, the haters, the people that really hate black people's guts all can get together no matter what they call themselves? It's something I challenge people to think. And why don't they hate the paganism of the conscious community type people? There's something to that. Yeah. So yeah, I want to wish y'all all keep fighting. We're gonna do this again. Maybe we'll do about 3 or 4 tomorrow. And if you show up, if you can, you can. There are enough people subscribed that we can have a decent audience. I've got something to do. Oh, I'll do this at about 9:30 tomorrow. I've got an interview to do. So I'll film the interview. So what is it? It's almost 6 o'clock. In 3.5 hours, I'll do another program. You'll hear that, and I may add some on to it. Mm-hmm. What's in the Bible? Yeah, well, there's something to the Bible. The Bible is saying that you can't screw whoever you want, and that women are more than just procreation. You're supposed to love and cherish women. It's saying some stuff these people don't like. The Bible says care for the poor. These people say kill poor. Hey, it seems as if you truly do what the book says, you will be at odds with the globalists and all the other people that want to kill everybody. There's something good about the good book. And a lot of our people are being duped and played and manipulated. And they let a fake-ass person, a lying nigger preacher, something like that, convince them that God is bad because people do wickedness. Forgive me, I don't want to preach to anyone. This, I can say to you, throughout all of what's going on with COVID, I have found peace in these scriptures. I'm getting old. I'm like 4 years from 60. I feel more religious now, not because I have aches and pains, not because my hair is turning white, not because I've had 2 teeth removed this year. It's more looking at stuff and looking the Nazis, the commies, the capitalists, the racists, all of them are the pedophiles. They all hate the good book. They're against that. They all, I mean, no matter where they are in the world, they can all unite that we don't like this book. We could do whatever we want. This is like demon spirits, satanic spirits, all struggling against this one thing. If we could just get rid of this thing that restrains us. I mean, I'm reading you their words. This damn Christianity won't let us do what we want. It's like these demons that want to tear up and drink blood and rape babies are being restrained as long as a considerable number of people, not everybody, live and practice some of this. And the minute people throw it away, throw it in the trash, shit goes to pot. That's what's happening in America. I'm just looking at this. It's absolutely happening right now. Even this pandemic BS. This is happening because of immorality and the corruption of the church, fake Christians. I don't have anything to say about Muslims. It's fake Christians. Fake Christians. Fake Christians are the big fake church people. If the Christian folks were genuinely decent and they weren't phony and they actually stood on the principles, we'd be all right, right? No, MFM ain't Mountain of Fire Ministry, but maybe we can use that. MFM is MF blankety blank money. But I would do that. I like MFM for this. So, anyway, it's time for me to take a break. I'll come back in about 3 hours. See you in a couple hours. Three and a quarter hours. All right. Blessings. Good morning. Happy last day of the year. I will be doing an end of the year special. Let's just call up and do this. And yeah, I thank God. And yes, I do curse, but I believe in God. I mean, I'm reading all this devil stuff. There's got to be a God. There's got to be something other. Look at this. People want to inject people and folks stealing babies and all this. There's got to be a God somewhere. There's got to be something better than this. So I take me superstitious. I'll take my hope with the superstition that I found in God. Then this stuff I just read to you from these neo-pagan people. Oh my God. This stuff has made me tired reading this filth. Anyway, y'all take care. Bless you. Good night.